Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Islam Channel's live coverage of the 16th demonstration demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, which has taken place since 7th of October last year. I'm Chris Banbury, and joining me on the demonstration will be Maz Patel. This is, of course, not just only the 16th demonstration which is taking place since 7th of October. It is also the first to take place under the new Labour government of Sir Keir Starmer. And we'll be finding out from Maz what people's expectations are in relation to Palestine of that new government. Thursday, we saw a landslide victory for Labour, yet on one of the lowest percentages of the vote, 35% since 1918. And I'm sure we will talk about that vote, and I'm sure also we'll talk about the success of 5 independents, including Jeremy Corbyn, in securing election, campaigning on the issue of Gaza. So let's go over to Maz Patel in central London. Maz, it's a wet and rainy day, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a wet, typical rainy summer day. Summer? Yeah, we're in summer, so I suppose it's a summer day.
Yes,
but
it's July.
Typical wet, windy, rainy. Absolutely, yeah. Typical British weather. And I think, where would we be without the British weather? I've been into much sunnier climes recently, but you always miss this type of weather. And you're absolutely right, Chris. We're in historic times now. We've just had, after 14 years of Tory rule, a Labour government. But what type of Labour government have we got? Well, we've got one which we know has been elected on just 37% of the popular vote, the lowest share of a popular vote that any ruling party has had, I believe, in ever, so to speak, or certainly since the 70s is my recollection. I think there was perhaps one or two slightly lower than that. And with that, Chris, comes the pressure of this movement, which is about human rights, protecting justice for Palestinians, but more so, it's against Islamophobia. It's to stand up for those that are poorer or those that are vulnerable, not just in this country but across the world, and the type of politics that you want. Is it a politics about migration? Is that the topic? What is it about? When we've covered this, the 16th March, the chants haven't just been about Palestine. Obviously, in the main, that's what they are, but it's been a bit more than that, and that's why what we saw on Thursday was this incredible achievement of getting 5 independents elected as a result of what happened in Gaza.
And a number of those independents also came very near to being elected. Aliane Mohammed, 500 votes short of beating West Streeting in Ilford North. Jodie Morris in Birmingham came just short of similar, 600 short of being Jess Phillips. Are any of those independents going to be speaking at today's demonstration?
I believe some of them will. I've not had we're going to interview Ben Jamal. I was just speaking to him just a few moments ago. We had a really good conversation about the feeling on the ground, and they were absolutely shocked and flabbergasted as to the extent of support of the support that pro-Gaza candidates as they've been labelled. They're actually pro-human rights, pro-justice candidates is probably a more apt terminology. And I think in terms of getting those that got really close to it, listen. It's all the future belongs to them, and by that what I mean is there are more elections to come. So those that are fighting back against the war machine, as they would say it, will say, well, we've got further chances in local elections and the next parliamentary election, and we aren't going anywhere. We're here to stay.
I mean, I think that'll be interesting talking to people on the ground today about what they feel about the election and what they think the opportunities are, because we have these 5 independents. Jeremy Corbyn is in a position, particularly over Palestine, to consolidate that group and make life difficult for Sir Keir Starmer on the backbenches if he doesn't support a ceasefire in Gaza, an end to British arms sales, and recognition of the state of Palestine. And plus, we saw a number of Labour MPs who support a ceasefire being re-elected on Thursday. So it's not just, you know, there's possibilities here in Parliament, and it'd be interesting to find out what people's hopes and expectations are.
Yeah, I think what you've got is a natural block, haven't you? You've got a natural block with somebody who's led a national party. What an incredible opportunity this is to then keep that momentum going. Momentum with a small m, because we know that, I'm not talking about the momentum, the group that was formed the left group that was formed for the Labour Party. We're talking about momentum for this group to make sure that those that come on these demonstrations have a voice in Parliament. None more so than when they come to demonstrations, when they are looking for motions in Parliament, when they're looking at the debates, or perhaps standing up at PMQs and asking a direct question to now the Labour Prime Minister. And what is he going to do? The first test is going to be whether they will actually publish the legal advice on arms sales, which is what they promised to do. And what we all know what that legal advice actually says. We presume we know anyhow, but if reports are correct, it says that arms sales should be stopped. So what's Keir Starmer going to do? Is he going to stop the arms sales? He knows he's on very rocky territory here, because the umbilical cord with a lot of the communities that traditionally supported Labour has been broken. Not entirely, but it's certainly hemorrhaging a lot of votes, and that's been translated into 5 seats for now. It could very easily translate into 10, perhaps even more in the years and decades to come, Chris, because this is not something that's there just for the short term. This is going to continue, I believe.
Well, just doing the arithmetic, it means that the Independents, the 4 Greens, the 5 Plaid Cymru, they're committed to a ceasefire. 9 SNP who are committed to a ceasefire. That's 23 people on the MPs on the backbenches, plus those Labour MPs who support the ceasefire. That's a considerable block, which can make life difficult for Sir Keir Starmer.
And I think they will make life a lot more difficult for Keir Starmer. Let's not forget that Keir Starmer only came into politics in 2015. He wasn't even a Labour Party member. He wasn't allowed to, because he was a Director of Public Prosecutions. And then he was propelled into Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet just 2 years later. And then 3 years after that, he becomes leader. And 4 years after that, 9 years, which is a very short time in politics, he is now Prime Minister. He has got a country which is broken, divided, its finances are in a total mess, and his party is on very, very rocky ground. His majority is built on sand. If Reform UK get their act together, it's not a case of getting their act together. They are going to push Labour in many of the red wall seats, the traditional working class seats. So one of the things to keep, sorry, my cameraman saying move the umbrella a little bit back, it's so wet here. But just to come back to you, he is going to be under pressure on multiple fronts, and I would not bet against the local elections producing results which will be completely off the grid as well. And then in 5 years' time or 4 years' time, whenever he calls the next general election, I think that's going to be a massive test. He'll be squeezed from the right and from the left, and also I think the Scots Nats will actually be pushing back as well, because Scottish people will see that a Labour government actually hasn't made the difference that it promised to do so. I think that's going to be the reality.
Well, inshallah. Now, Maz, you're at the rear of the demonstration, I believe. Just before you start making your way towards the front and talking to some of the people on that, it's very wet. People are tired after the election. I mean, large numbers of people who normally be on these marches were taking part in the election, very tired. Do you think that's going to affect the turnout?
Yeah, I think, look, inevitably it's going to affect... excuse me. Inevitably it's going to affect turnout because of those very factors. And also it's really wet. People, certainly a large contingent comes from London, so they'll be thinking, well, do I need to go out in this weather, or shall I just stay indoors? A lot of, excuse me, elderly people will be thinking exactly the same as well. So I don't think today's demonstration is about numbers. It's about keeping the presence going. It's about keeping the fight going. Sorry, I'm just coughing like crazy. I don't know what's happened, but I've got something stuck in my throat. I need some water, but that's what my feeling is.
Okay, you sort yourself out, find some water, and we'll take it from there. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting, today's demonstration. As Matt says, I mean, the numbers will be affected. I mean, huge numbers of people were taking part in the election campaign on behalf of pro-ceasefire candidates. The weather isn't so good, but the issue here is really, as Matt says, keeping up the pressure on the new government, Sir Keir Starmer, who up till now has said he supports Israel unconditionally. He supported at the very beginning of this war the cutting off of water and electricity to Gaza. He said that Labour would recognise the state of Palestine, but then he added only when Israel is safe and secure. In other words, only when Israel gives the green light to that. And most people think that will never happen because Israel has given up on the two-state solution entirely. It's looking for a one-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu and the right wing of his cabinet support the incorporation of the West Bank into the state of Israel. So that's going to be an issue in terms of that. So it is going to be interesting, today's demonstration. And I think it's going to be interesting talking to a number of those independents who are elected on a pro-ceasefire ticket, and talking to those like Leanne Mohammed in Ilford North who came very close to being elected. Yesterday, Wes Streeting, the new health secretary, was asked about the fact that he was nearly defeated by a 23-year-old Muslim woman, a worker in the NHS. He couldn't bring himself to congratulate Leanne on her performance and described the campaign as bad and ugly. Now, it's not just patronising, it's insulting. I was in Ilford North on election day, and the scenes outside the polling stations were ones of celebration. Huge numbers of people voting for Leanne, particularly from the Muslim community. There was nothing bad, there was nothing ugly on evidence there whatsoever. And to say that is to demean a campaign led by a 23-year-old woman from a cold start, with no previous experience, with an untrained team, lacking finance, all contrasting with Wes Streeting, who's got all the data about people who have voted for decades, who's got a team who knows how to campaign in elections, who's got the money that the Labour Party and the resources the Labour Party has. And yet Wes Streeting couldn't even bring himself to say, well done, congratulations. Instead, he says, Leanne Mohammed's campaign was bad and ugly. And I think that bodes badly for what we're going to be seeing in the coming years. But let's hope that's not the case. And as I say, it'll be interesting to find out. It'll also be interesting to find out what people in this demonstration think of the fact that Reform UK, led by Nigel Farage, secured not just 5 MPs, but came second in over 100 seats, 93 of which were Labour seats, almost all in the north, northeast and Midlands of England. That means that Reform, in a whole tranche of seats, are sitting second to Labour. And how's Labour going to respond to that? Yesterday we saw a new Home Secretary, Yvette Morris, put in as into position. Almost immediately she said her priority would be to stop the boats coming across the English Channel. All through the campaign, Sir Keir Starmer was saying he would be as hard as his Tory competitors on the migrants crossing the English Channel. I suspect that is going to continue in relation to the pressure from the right that Labour will be under from Reform UK. So again, another issue to talk to about that. And, you know, a number of other points. We have seen on these demonstrations, this is the 16th demonstration. I think we can go back to Maz Patel now. Maz, where are you now?
Yeah, I'm post the cough attack. I don't know what happened there. I think it was the brown toast I had this morning. And it has it was the seeded toast it's the seeded bread that I blame. One of the seeds I think got lodged in my throat. Anyway, moving on. I think you were talking about the campaign in Ilford North. It's astonishing in terms of what both Ilford North and Ilford South candidates achieved. Little experience, small teams, working in a very short space of time. Everybody was surprised that Sunak went for a July elections. The smart money was on November, when most Labour supporters don't bother turning out. But he obviously made that decision, and everybody had to scramble across the country to try and make things work. I was really, I've been contacting and looking into some of the other constituencies. In Dewsbury, there was a split in the community. Two candidates were going for it. One former Labour councillor, he then stepped away, and they all backed one particular candidate. In Blackburn, the split happened, and yet despite the split, Craig Murray got 7,000 votes, and Adnan Hussein managed to get 12,000 votes, and God knows where those votes came from, because you'd have thought 7,000 would have taken a big chunk away. That means, in effect, there is a majority of anti-war support in that town, which the Labour Party was nowhere near. They got, I think, just short of 12,000, or just around that sort of figure. So if you add the anti-war vote together, what you've then got is a massive majority against war. Jodie McIntyre, the person whose videos that I watched on my Twitter feed coming through, had little money, Workers' Party candidate. Wow, what a showing! 693 votes of Jess Phillips, causing one of the major upsets had he had pulled through. Obviously, we know West Streeting going down would have been a monumental achievement. But I don't think anybody should be downbeat or disheartened by this. Electoral politics, parliamentary politics, is a very difficult game. What's being shown, and I say this as in my journalistic capacity, is that the conventions of British politics have been torn to pieces, where people said it's going to be very difficult for independents, and I believe that mantra myself, that it's going to be very difficult for independents to really get much support. I think that's gone now. I think independents will continue to rise, not just within the Muslim community, I will add. I think independents across the board will say, look, we can actually stand with a people-powered campaign, a community-supported campaign on issues that we're concerned about. And there are much greater issues in this country that people will be concerned about. Austerity. Are Labour going to continue austerity? The rates of, for example, poverty in our communities. I've been, Chris, on this election trail, I actually went into a number of houses where people are living in East London, migrants, refugees, some of those at the hard end of life, and living in rooms with families, and I saw that in London boroughs, and I was astonished that actually this is how people are living in the heart of a major Western capital. It cannot simply continue. We've got house prices which have no correlation to people's earning power. How are people meant to get onto the housing ladder?
The issue there, Matt, if I can interject.
1.5 million new homes.
If I can interject, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, is saying there is no money. So, she's saying that, there isn't money to spend on alleviating poverty, on our failing infrastructure, on the National Health Service, on the cost of living crisis. Yeah.
Well, that's what she says, and the thing is, if they're going to continue down what the Tories have said that they would do, which is continue austerity, well, a Labour Party that's backed by the unions, backed by workers up and down the country, even though it projects itself as, well, we're not as left as our roots claim to be. At the end of the day, it is a party that began with the left. In the left, it was it was the political projection of the left, and many people will be sorely disappointed. And I think they need to be careful. 37% of the vote could very easily go down to 30%. That 6% swing away from them will mean that they will be back in opposition, and they will be in the low hundreds in terms of members of parliament. And I think that's where independents could move into that space. Reform UK will definitely try and get into that space, and perhaps they'll be much more successful because they came second in many Labour constituencies in the Red Wall.
Well, Nigel Farage has said, he said yesterday that he is going to be out to chase Labour. So clearly Farage and Reform UK have got Labour in their sights. They're looking at these fact that there are 93 seats, across Northern England. They came second. And they must be fancying their chances if the Tory party, and we're also going to see a Conservative Party election race in which it looks like the two front runners will be Cyril Braverman and Kemi Badenoch. Now, they disagree on Reform UK. Braverman's talked about incorporating Farage and Reform UK into the Tory party. Badenoch has said no to that. But both are on a very right-wing agenda. So we're seeing together Reform UK and the Conservatives, we should remember this, beat Labour in terms of the number of votes they got. So we're going to have a right wing moving further right, putting pressure on Starmer on questions like immigration and pursuing an Islamophobic agenda.
Yeah, and it's frightening, isn't it? I think what's happening in Europe, Chris, is similar to what's taking place in Britain. We might have left the European Union, but we are a European country. Let's never forget that. Politics has many, many layers. It's multi-layered, multifaceted, and the trends that are taking place in Europe, in France, with the far right on the verge of power. In Hungary, they are in power. In Greece, they've pushed. I believe there's a very right-leaning government in power there as well. In Italy, we've got Meloni, who's in power as well. I think Spain is an outlier. Ireland is an outlier. Belgium is an outlier. But in many of these countries, in Germany, I mean, you've got a Labour-type government, which almost sounds as though it's there to push a neoconservative, a centre-right agenda based on populism. So a lot of concerning trends. And Chris, what we're going to do is we're going to start taking a walk towards the front. I'm just going to take a swig of water, and I'm going to get our cameraman to follow me as we get to the front. Otherwise, the march is going to start, and we need to interview some of the politicians that are there.
Well, Maz, as you do that, we should say that the death toll in Gaza since 7th of October has now increased over 38,000. That, of course, is going to be an underestimate because there are bodies under the rubble which are waiting to be discovered, unfortunately. Over 80,000 Palestinians have been injured, some very severely. We don't know the full story about Israeli casualties. One commentator I heard claimed there were 70,000 Israeli casualties in Israeli hospitals. That sounds a lot, but we don't know in terms of that. What we do know is that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has sent an Israeli delegation to restart the peace talks with Hamas and has pulled Mossad, the Israeli secret intelligence organization, out of those talks. So it's going to be his people directly talking to Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, with Hamas in another room also negotiating. So we'll watch those, and maybe ask Maz to ask people what their expectations of that are, because we've continually seen, and we've seen Hamas agree to ceasefire terms, and then Netanyahu refuse. So again, that's going to be interesting in terms of that agenda. I mean, and we're also seeing, developments which are quite interesting. I mean, the Norwegian, Spanish, and we should remind ourselves, the Norwegian, Spanish, and Irish governments have said they will recognise the state of Palestine. Now, they have said they're just going to go ahead with that. That does put a bit of pressure on Sir Keir Starmer. So let's discuss some of the things with Maz Patel, who's back with us in central London today. Maz.
Yeah, I thought you should get some shots of us getting to the front of the demonstration. We're a little bit left and right because a little bit of our kit is just sort of following us. But you can see people are now going. This is Russell Square, mind you. We've got a nice vista of a landmark in central London, and if anybody knows, it's near Holborn Station, very close to some of the prestigious universities in London. We're now going to the front of the demonstration, so let's just go near Bloomsbury. The rain sort of keeps coming and going, so it may not be as prominent. It may not be as prominent as you may think. Yeah, I think I can take the brolly away. I can put up with a few spittles. So, Chris, we're going to go to the front, which is near the Imperial Hotel. And I think we're getting a sense of the types of people that are here on the demonstration. You know, there are coaches that have been busing people in, which you know, shows that the pool of people that are coming is actually a little bit larger. Let's cross over the road, cameraman. And we're getting close to the front. So, Chris, I think we were talking about the general election and what took place there. One of the most significant positives was Jeremy Corbyn being re-elected. Labour sources were saying they felt that they were going to win on the night that Jeremy Corbyn was going out. A lot of media were sort of getting ready for a celebration, I suppose, or trying to stamp on the ashes of Corbyn and Corbynism. It didn't happen. In fact, he got elected very comfortably. Looking at his majority,
over 7,000
it's very, very
votes.
comfortable.
Over 7,000 votes is a comfortable majority.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean,
yeah,
Lord
and that's not
Mandelson,
easy
formerly Peter Mandelson, the spin doctor of Tony Blair's New Labour, was saying he did everything possible that he could to try and stop Jeremy Corbyn getting elected. So, I mean, Labour were really throwing resources into Islington North to try and prevent Jeremy's re-election.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get into the. Sorry, guys. Press. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the press area, if you will, where I normally get to interview quite a few people. We can see John over there in the distance. So we'll try and get him. Let's see who's in the front line that we can try and interview. That maybe a familiar face. Let's just let the cameraman sort of pan across. I see Andrew Feinstein.
Hello.
Is Andrew going to give us an interview?
Sure thing.
You did remarkably well. What was that all about? How did you brought him down to 18,000 votes, the Prime Minister?
So he is the first person in British electoral history to go into Downing Street for the first time without increasing his majority. And that was a consequence of extraordinary people on the ground. Really, we had hundreds of volunteers who worked so hard. And then media like yourselves and others who, despite the mainstream media trying to pretend the campaign didn't exist, people like yourselves and others in the progressive media just kept on beating on about it, and then just talking to people on the doorstep. We knocked on around 50,000 doors. And what really struck me was how people connected the issue of Gaza with the issue of a lack of investment in our NHS, in our housing, in our schools.
And I've got Chris Brambury in the office. In the studio. In the office. Oh gosh, in the studio. And we were saying just that. This is not just. Obviously, it's principally about Gaza and what took place and what is taking place there, but it's much wider. It's about real social justice issues in this country.
When I was meeting with a Muslim community in Camden, who were just incredible in the support of our campaign, the issues that they raised with me, of course, Gaza, but also the fact that housing is an absolute crisis in Keir Starmer's own constituency. He's done nothing for them. But also the fact that in Camden, where we have a huge, vibrant Muslim community, there is no big mosque. Because Keir Starmer's Labour Council have blocked the building of a mosque at every sense. So there are a lot of local issues we have to deal with at the same time as dealing with the international issues. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to organise in Camden. We're going to continue to organise nationally, because this government is not going to do what it has to do on Gaza, which is calling for an immediate ceasefire and an immediate halt to all arms sales to Israel.
I've been saying when I've been analysing this that the umbilical cord between Labour and some of its traditional communities has now been severed. Not entirely, because some are still choosing, but it's hemorrhaging thousands and thousands of votes. Where do you think is the next political challenge for those like you that want to go the next stage and say, look, there is an alternative.
Yeah. I think the next stage of building a progressive force to stand against both the Labour and Tory parties is to build a mass-based grassroots movement across the UK. But the most important thing about that movement is that it's democratic.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be me or Jeremy or our new independent MPs deciding what that movement should look like and how it should function. It should be the people of Britain. And that's what's going to happen.
And Andrew, I was going to say, are we going to do our podcast?
Of course we are!
Listen, viewers, what
I'm actually deeply offended. It's more than 36 hours after polls closed and I still haven't got the invitation from you.
Watch out for the Maz and Andrew podcast coming soon to Islam Channel. Andrew, I'm going to bring in somebody who got elected up in Dewsbury. Yeah, I will do. We'll probably catch up with you again. Thank you. I'm going to... How are you doing? You are one of the candidates that was elected in Dewsbury. It was an incredible scene to see your name flash up on the Twitter feed that I had to say that you'd actually defeated the Labour candidate. A lot of our viewers probably haven't seen and heard of you because you've been deeply embedded in the local community. You're on the national, international stage on Islam Channel. Tell us how you managed to do this.
It's all because of the people. So I entered politics, or tried to enter politics 4 years ago, on the back of Corbyn and his policies around peace, justice, fairness and equality. Unfortunately, he was removed as leader and Starmer came in on the same pledges. And I thought it's the same Labour Party. Unfortunately, it's not. And then in October, when they declared their position in support of the genocide and cutting off electricity and water, that was a red line, and I resigned. And we didn't know the independent movement was going to blossom and be strong. And Dewsbury paved the way with the local elections. We had 5 independent councillors elected, defeating Labour in every single ward. And that paved the way for the population of Dewsbury and Batley to believe that they have a voice. They don't have to follow and blindly support these mainstream parties. And the community came together and had a process. I applied, I got selected, and the rest is history. The community has made history, but this is the beginning. This is not the end. We haven't achieved anything. We have to stop the killing. We have to achieve peace in Palestine, and we have to achieve justice around the world. And I want to be a part of that movement.
A lot of our viewers would not have seen or heard of you. Just introduce yourself fully, your full name. I know you're the MP for Dewsbury and Batley. A little bit on that, your background as well. What do you do? What's your work? What's your background? So let's start off with names and everything else.
So I'm Iqbal Mohammed. I'm born in Dewsbury. I lived there most of my life. I was lucky enough to go to university because it was free for me to go and graduate. I have had a very successful professional career in engineering, in manufacturing, in regulatory compliance, and in delivery of transformations. But I want to dedicate the rest of my life to public service. Politics for me is one of the highest forms of public service if it's done correctly. And that's the politics I want to practice and follow. And I want to align with all MPs, Jeremy Corbyn, the other independents, MPs from Labour, Conservatives, Reform, all MPs who are aligned with the same values for the betterment of our society, for the betterment of our country, and for peace and justice around the world.
You speak really well. As somebody who was in the Labour Party and has seen the transformation, the Labour Party is in power, Keir Starmer is in Downing Street, but its share of the vote went down to 37%, which is incredible because normally at that share of the vote it's not possible to form a government. I think it's only happened once or twice. What's your message to those Labour MPs who would actually be endeared to the message you just actually said?
So that share of the vote gives a clear message that actually the majority of the population did not want a Labour government or the version of Labour government that we have today. However, they have been elected. They have a right to represent their communities, and they should focus on representing their communities and their demands and views rather than being driven by party politics or outside factors and outside nations. Allies of Britain should want the best for Britain. not want the best for other countries at the expense of Britain.
Those in Gaza who would have been watching, or in Palestine who would have been watching the elections very closely, and they are very, they do watch what's going on internationally, would have been really uplifted by your election and the election of your 4 other colleagues, and I include Jeremy Corbyn. Will you now be acting as a bloc in Parliament so that you can be as effective or even more effective than Reform UK or the Greens? You've got more numbers if you do that.
Absolutely. So it's actually conflicting feelings for me to be elected whilst the genocide is going on, and because of that emotion, I would rather have got here under different circumstances. However, the message to the people of Gaza is you are not alone. You have now very strong voices in Parliament, not myself, Jeremy Corbyn and the other independents. I will work with them, and we will all work with all MPs who will fight for justice and peace for Gaza and Palestine.
Well, Iqbal, thank you so much. We'd love to have have you on Islam Channel to do a more in-depth interview about your backgrounds. I know you come from India, as I do. I think it's quite something that when those across the world will actually research you, which they will inevitably do, to find out your background and how you ended up where you are. You've made history, and I think there's a lot of people that are very proud of you, so well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to move on to some of the others that are on the march. Let's see. I saw Ben Habib somewhere, and it's important we get Ben today. Let's see if we can find Ben. Okay, he's kind of missing. We've got the Irish politician just behind me, so we'll try and get him on camera. But what did you make of that, Chris? How well did he speak?
Articulate, and that promises well, I think, because it's important that these independents they must be like megaphones in the backbenches of the House of Commons, helping mobilise public opinion over issues not just like Gaza, but over the National Health Service, over housing, over living standards. So we'll see there. I'll be very interested to find out, I can see Ben Jamal there, so I'll let you get on with it. But interesting to hear from Sinn Féin if they're there, because they had a very big success on Thursday in Northern Ireland, the biggest party in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, we'll get on to him in a second. I've got Ben Jamal, who's with me. Ben, we were speaking earlier about the political implications of what took place on Thursday. What's your reading of what took place?
Well, look, I mean, the first thing, across the Palestine movement, us at Palestine Solidarity Campaign, our core aim over the last 6 weeks was to put Palestine on the ballot, to make Israel's genocide on Gaza a core election issue. And we saw the outcome of that yesterday, not just with the election of 5 independent candidates, the majority of whom were standing with the issue of justice for the Palestinian people as a core issue of their platform, but also I think it's significant the rise in the Green vote. And we sent out 6 demands to every candidate. 300, so more than half of the Green candidates signed up to every 6 of those demands, which were, restoring funding to UNRWA, cutting arms sales to Israel, supporting proceedings in the international courts. So there's a massive shot across the bows of the Labour Party in terms of votes that they lost, despite winning a massive majority. None of us are unwise to the fact that actually the percentage of their vote was less than in 2017. They will have noticed this. They will have known that there is huge sections of the community that they've lost, and we need now to ramp up the pressure on them.
I just spoke to one of the independent candidates who did win in Dewsbury, and he said to me that he was a Labour member who resigned in October as a result of Keir Starmer's position. He's now a member of Parliament. I don't think in his wildest dreams he would have imagined that would have happened before October. In your view, how many of these stories are taking place across the country? Obviously, we know there were candidates like Liam Mohammed who missed out, just about narrowly missed out in Ilford North, and Jodie McIntyre in Birmingham. What's the next phase of this political phenomenon that we're seeing? I remember at the time of Iraq, it was just George Galloway that did it. Nobody else managed to do it. But here, it's been like it's become unimaginable what actually took place, but it's happened now. Thursday we got these people elected.
Well, look, we have to keep mobilising pressure across all sections, and we were talking earlier, and one of the things you were saying, and you're right, is that we should all have our eye on the local elections that will be coming up in the next couple of years. And I think across key constituencies, and we're focused here in London, there are a whole number of councils that will be up for election where we need to start and mobilise pressure now to say you are going to lose your seats if you do not actually stand up to your responsibilities in relation to what Israel is doing. And a key part of that is our demand for councils to divest. We at PSC are holding a conference in August. We're bringing together everybody who's campaigning, students, those targeting local authorities, calling on councils to live up to their responsibilities, not to be complicit in Israel's oppression of the Palestinian people. So we have to take the momentum from the last 6 weeks, take the momentum from all of these marches. We got tens of thousands of people mobilising here today. Take them into a focused campaign for boycott, divestment and sanctions that targets our public bodies, but also continues to ramp up pressure on this new government.
So, on that point, what are your demands to Keir Starmer now?
Well, we laid them out in our election, and they are that he has said that he will publish the legal advice on arms sales to Israel, and whether there is any legal advice that Israel is committing violations of international law. It is inconceivable that the legal advice does not say that there are violations of international law. So that means that the Labour Party is obliged, in our view, morally and legally, to cut arms sales to Israel. So that's an immediate thing that we expect to happen within the next week, and that will be our urgent demand. We want them to withdraw the grotesque intervention by the outgoing Rishi Sunak government to try to stifle the processes in the ICC. They should say immediately, we're not going to interfere with the processes of justice in the international courts, and we will support them, and we will support the process in the International Court of Justice to hold Israel to account for the crime of genocide. They need to immediately restore funding to UNRWA. There is no justification for not restoring their funding. So those are the beginnings of our demands. And we need to ramp up the pressure, but today is the first part of that. Tens of thousands of people marching to the seat of power as Keir Starmer begins arranging the furniture around the cabinet table, saying the voices of those mobilising and support the Palestinian people are not going to be silenced and they're not going to go away.
How hopeful are you, though, but how hopeful are you, especially when you see that 13 of the 15 members of the now cabinet have been funded by pro-Israel organisations or individuals?
Look, we're not unwise. All of us know the direction that Keir Starmer has taken the Labour Party under pressure from the Labour right since he became leader. We all know that he stood up in front of the world and said that Israel had the right to cut off food and water to the Palestinian people. We all know that he instructed his MPs not to vote for a ceasefire. But since he did those things, we've seen the pressure that he's come under from this movement, from people mobilising, and from all of those who mobilised in key constituencies during this election. He would be very unwise not to be listening to those voices, so we have to keep the pressure up. He's not going to do it out of his own moral sense. He's not going to do it for any other reason unless pressure is applied to him.
Finally, do you think now, after Thursday, people will take this movement more seriously?
Well, they should do. And look, there's somebody very wise once said, when 100,000 people or 500,000 people or 1 million people march, you should multiply their numbers at least tenfold by those who share the opinions but haven't joined the march. So we're going to keep marching. We're going to keep organising boycott and divestment campaigns. We're going to keep putting pressure on all public bodies, universities, local authorities. We need to ramp it up now. We need to say new government, but same demands from us.
Ben, as always, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Chris, you just had...
Clearing the box now, please.
Yeah, I think we're being asked to sort of move on. There is one person that I desperately wanted to get. Let's do a quick grab of him, and we'll clear the box after that. Just come with me. Just over here. Sorry, sir, could I just... Sorry, sir, would I just be able to nip through? Okay, I think there's a discussion taking place, so I don't want to interject unnecessarily into that discussion. Okay, yeah, I think we're going to have to clear. Look, I think we're going to have to clear,
Matt, I'll give you a chance to go and talk to some of them. Maybe get a chance to talk to some of the people who are coming on the demonstration. Find out where they're coming from,
very, very
what their
quickly
views are. It does look very wet, and I think it's an important point you made that it's not so much the numbers today, it's the keeping the pressure up on this newly elected government. It's absolutely soaking out there, as you can see. So we'll take this up on this. I noticed as well that it's interesting talking to these newly elected independents. I mean, Iqbal from Battalions was so articulate. They are going to be putting the pressure on this government, Jeremy Corbyn and the other four, backed up, I hope, by the Greens, by Plaid Cymru and by the Scottish National Party, backed up, I hope, by backbench Labour MPs, keeping that pressure up on Sir Keir Starmer. Now we can go back to Maz Patel.
Yeah, we've just. I think the demonstration is about to start. We're gonna be leaving the box, so I'm gonna just squeeze through this cordon. We squeeze through. Chris, I was struck by how powerful this movement is now because of these election results on Thursday. I think those strategists in the Labour Party will take this very, very seriously. People coming out on a weekly basis and then translating that into political action really does make a difference. And I think anybody that tries to say, well, this movement, the 16th demonstration, let's be clear about this, is not going to do anything on the ballot at the ballot box. Well, it is, and as Ben very rightly said, and I keep saying this, it's the locals where it will be even more translated into seats because, you know, the independents are making huge waves, and we will obviously be okay. We've been asked to move further out of the box, so let's move further out of the box. Let's see if we can get some interviews with those that are attending here. I see this cyclist who is. Can I ask you whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Ilford.
You're from Ilford. Now let's talk about Ilford. We had two candidates, one very prominent who just missed out. What's your view on what took place and what's going to take place after this?
Devastating news. It was so upsetting to hear. It was really upsetting to hear. She did so well. The campaigners did such a fantastic job. People are coming to my door from Labour community, from Labour supporters asking for support. Simply said, we don't support genocide. We don't just support genocide. It's just ridiculous what's going on. The community came out in force, and you can see the results. It was such a shame that people didn't vote. A lot of people didn't vote, and that was a big issue. Every centre that I went to, all my friends went to centres, the crowds outside the door, everyone saying we're going to vote for Leanne. It was really, really sad to see the result. 528, and a real kick in the teeth was the West Streeting, a real kick in the teeth.
Yeah, and he obviously alleged that there were dirty tactics or whatever taking place. We've covered that, the elections. We didn't see any evidence of that. So I don't know why he would say that. I think there was over this viral message that were going on, which had nothing to do with the campaigns anyhow. But anyway, moving on. Where do you see the future? I mean, the next iteration of this is what? Is it local elections? Is it the next national elections? How do you think? And secondly, do you believe the umbilical cord between those who have always supported Labour and has now been broken, and is it going to be broken for good?
Absolutely. We're completely detached now from what Labour stood for. Our parents, I'm a Labour supporter all my life, but after what's happened now, how they completely disenfranchised the Muslim community, the humanity really, from what's happening in Gaza and supporting genocide, it's absolutely deplorable.
I've got somebody else who I know was working very hard on the campaign in Ilford South. Tell us your reflections, because we've got an Ilford North campaigner and an Ilford South campaigner. What took place in Ilford South?
What took place is that the grassroots, the community got together and they created an amazing campaign in a very short space of time, in 4 weeks. and it's incredible, and I think it's just a starting point.
Okay.
I'm sure we're going to carry on doing this,
Okay.
and make sure we get. We're trying to organise a much wider base,
Okay.
and hopefully we're going to progress onto the 2026 local elections.
Okay, so 2026, you were working on both campaigns, Ilford North and South. What's the message to Labour as a result of what took place on Thursday?
The message is very clear. The headlines are all about reform, but they're ignoring the underlying issue, and I think they're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
They know full well the Muslims have changed. They've changed their tactic now. They know they don't need to rely on Labour. They don't need to rely on Conservatives.
Yeah.
We're going to forge our own way. And this was really sort of like a test. How are we placed as Muslims here in the UK? And after all these years, I think Gaza has finally woken us up. We don't need Labour. We don't need Conservatives.
Yeah.
We're going to forge our own way. Whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, it really doesn't matter. But we are no longer at the beck and call of the Labour Party. Keir Starmer has shown us very clearly what he stands for,
Yeah.
and it's not for us. So we forge our own way.
Shall we talk on March?
Yes, yes.
I think, sorry, right, if I can have you here. So you've just said obviously it's a longer term mission, if you will.
Yes.
Does that longer term mission mean that many people who perhaps would be reluctant to put themselves forward will now have to consider doing that? I mean, I don't mean yourself or others in particular, but I'm talking about wider. Where do you think, what's the choices that people are now going to have to make that are marching here or supporting this movement?
I think everyone has to decide what is the next stage, and we have to stand up.
Yeah.
We have to be accountable. If you want to change, you have to be that change,
Yeah.
and that applies to every single person there is
Yeah.
who wants to change. Has to think hard. How can we make that change? And it has to start from us. We're no longer be able to sit back and rely on other people to do it,
Yeah.
and that's what we've shown in the last few months. We rise up, stand up, be accountable, and we can make that change that we need to for us as Muslims in the UK.
Yeah. Keir Starmer is now the Prime Minister. As a resident, as a citizen of this country, as a British national, what's your demands to him now, and what do you expect him to do?
It's always been about one single thing. It's fairness and equality for everyone.
Yeah.
And that means everyone. When they say never again, they mean it never again.
Yeah.
And that applies equally to Palestinians as it does to everyone else. He knows full well what the law is. He's worked as a lawyer, as a barrister for years. He doesn't need to be told.
Yeah.
But he's choosing to ignore it. Okay? And my demand to him is very simple. Look at your conscience and just apply fairness and equality for everyone around the world, not just for a select few.
Did you expect the independents to get? I spoke to Iqbal Mohammed, the newly elected independent MP for Dewsbury and Batley. He was a Labour member in October and he resigned. Did you expect anybody to get the numbers that they did? And what message is that to those Labour strategists who will be saying, well, we need to bring these people back into Labour, because inevitably that's what they'll want to do?
I think several months ago, if you'd asked us, do we stand a chance or do independents stand a chance?
Yeah.
We would have said, we're not sure, it's 50-50. But I think what this has shown us is actually we can do it.
Yeah.
We can do it, and we can do it quite easily if we unite. And so the message to all the independents, whether they're Muslim or other independents, is just go for it.
One of the questions people are saying is, should there be a Muslim party? What's your view on that?
I think we just need independents to represent us. We'll worry about a Muslim party in the future, but for now, it's just about standing up, having an independent voice, and then let's move forward. If they happen to be Muslims, that's fantastic, but it's about representing the local community, not just the two mainstream parties.
Okay, well, thanks so much for being with us. I know it's been a bit difficult keeping up with us.
Yeah.
People are clapping at something. My producer wanted me to have a look at that. But we'll catch up. We'll catch up again. Look, the news, Chris. You were there in Ilford. That's a view from people in Ilford. I'm really glad I caught up with them, because it's a very important that campaign was in the news. I've got somebody else that I'd like to bring into the interview. I've got none other than the indomitable Tasneema Kunji, who did something which was so laudable in stepping down and making sure the votes weren't split in Tower Hamlets, even though he announced very, very early. Tell us what you make of the election results.
Oh, Assalamu alaikum. I mean, Labour's had a pretty clean sweep across the board. The independence movement has shown itself to be a formidable force. Yeah. I mean, for something that got itself together as a concept just after, sometime after October the 8th, really, and has less than 200 days of organising, resourcing, and constituting itself to be a force against a party that's over 100 years old. Yeah. We've got 5 MPs already sitting in Parliament, and we've had a number of very near misses, including Liane Mohammed, who only missed out by 500 odd votes. So a force that's 200 days old versus a force that's over 100 years old has shown itself.
So we can stop here. Yep, go. So a force that's 100 years old against a force that. Sorry, could I just? If you want to come here. Sorry, I'm having to. Tell us a bit more about what you meant by that.
Well, I mean, the Labour Party has been going for over 100 years, and as an institution, as a branding exercise, it is one of the national parties. It's had leadership and constituted government many times over that period of time, and it's deeply embedded within the ethnic minority community. Ethnic minorities traditionally vote Labour, but this time round, in high ethnic minority density areas, that not only have they majority voted for some candidates up and down the country who are independent, who have only just decided to stand in the last 200 odd days, in many sort of crucial seats, which are Labour strongholds, they've come not just a very strong second, but they've nearly beaten the actual incumbent MPs. Yeah. So, for example, Rushdar Ali, she only lost out by 1,800 votes. Yeah. Liane Mohammed has lost only by 500 votes.
Jodie McIntyre, 693.
Indeed, and if you look at, I think the lesson there with some of these constituencies where there's more than one independent standing is, had there not been more than one, had there been a unity candidate, they would have won and won comfortably. So I think there's lessons to be learned from the community, but still a very, very well done to a grouping of people that have constituted themselves very, very quickly.
What happens with? Tell us first of all why you decided to step away, because a lot of people were upset at your decision to step away because your campaign was organised, you had promises of support, etc. Yet you said, okay, fine, I'll step away for somebody who'd been obviously fighting multiple elections previously.
Well, I mean, the problem that we had is a snap election, and a snap election meant that we have our messaging, we had our organisation, but we needed penetration into the community to educate them as to what a unity candidate looks like. And we thought we would comfortably have the time to do that in a November election. However, when we were given just 6 weeks, then we had to focus our minds very quickly. Yeah. And unfortunately, a number of other candidates crawled out the woodwork and decided to stand as well. Yeah. Now, we should always be led by data. And what our data showed was that if these other candidates didn't take a sensible view and step down or start backing the existing sort of campaigns, then no one was going to win. So they had the power to, these independents had the power to stop anyone winning, but they didn't have the power to win themselves. And for me, that was, unfortunately, some of the egos involved were just beyond human endurance, but it also meant that no one was going to win. And so the only sort of strategic thing to do at that point was to lead by example, step down and give somebody a chance, anybody a chance of beating Rushdar.
Well, I think that will bode well for you in future, that's for sure. What is the future for you before we go to the break? Tell us about where you will be positioning yourself, because you definitely have a stake in the political arena.
Well, I mean, today is my first tomorrow, really, and here I am on a march supporting the Palestinian cause. And unfortunately, the Palestinian cause has not been served by this election result. Now, I don't believe that we are going to stop doing what we're doing. And in any area where I find my skill sets maybe of greater use than others, then you will find me there. In terms of the politics of the future, it's an area that I will occupy. As to how that is, I'll say a week in politics is a long time. 5 years in politics is a way too long-term a goal to make any predictions yet.
Okay, Tasneem, I'd love to get you in for a longer stint on the channel. We'll be in touch with you, but all the best in everything that you do. Well done. Chris, that was the amazing and indomitable Tasneem Akunju, who did something which not many people would do, which is stand aside and allow somebody else to take it, even though he had his campaign going. I know we're going to go to the prayer break, but back to you in the studio with all these amazing people behind me.
Maz, thank you very much. And it's good to see that people who have been really active in that election campaign, who must be feeling tired, I mean, I had little sleep on Thursday night, Friday morning, have made that effort to come into central London today and to demonstrate over Palestine. We'll be going back to Maz to get more reportage from today's demonstration, demanding a ceasefire in Gaza and in solidarity with the Palestinians. And we'll also be getting the speeches at the rally at the end. So we're going to take a short break now. Please join us again after that break for our continued coverage of this protest march in support of Palestine.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
I'm keen to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere. Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch Watch offline. Create your playlist. Watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
هذا فتى قريش ومصارعه وفارس وسفيرها ولسانها إذا نافع.
أنت يا علي احرص على محمد أكثر من حرصك على نفسك.
فمن كان على أمر من أمور المسلمين فليتق الله فيهم.
This Adhan is brought to you by Orphans in Need, bringing hope for a better tomorrow.
عن أبي سعيد الخدري رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: إذا سمعتم النداء فقولوا مثل ما يقول المؤذن.
On the authority of Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with him, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, whenever you hear the adhan, say as the mu'adhin is saying.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته إنك لا تخلف الميعاد.
O Allah, owner of this perfect call and owner of this prayer to be performed, bestow upon Muhammad al-Wasila and al-Fadila, and send him upon a praised platform which you have promised him. Verily, you never fail in your promise.
This adhan is brought to you by Orphans in Need, bringing hope for a better tomorrow.
Victory. It was a victory for the people of North Islington.
Thank you very much. So we just had Jeremy Corbyn, incredible interview there. And it was nice that he organised us to actually allow us to do this, because the Labour right has been going after Jeremy Corbyn for the past God knows how many years because of his stance principally on Israel and Palestine, and now he's got a mandate free of any of those shenanigans, any of those things, any of these those hangovers. He's free to do as he wishes, because he's got his own mandate. I've got somebody who I'd like to bring into the discussion. Tell us what you were with me when watching that interview. Yeah. How important was it for Jeremy Corbyn to actually win on Thursday?
I think it was vital, because Labour were sending out these messages that it was about the Labour Party and not about Corbyn, and also about rejecting Corbyn and what he was standing for. It's clear the people of that area want Corbyn, and also Corbyn actually got more of a percentage of votes than in 2017 than what Starmer got now. So Labour, what they've done now is they've got a major majority, but that's due to the electoral system, and it's also due to people's dislike for the Tories. People don't love Labour under Keir Starmer. It's simply they don't like the Tories. And I think what Corbyn, he's a phenomenal character, and I hope that he will stand up for, well, I don't hope, I know that he will stand up for Palestine when he's in Parliament and continue to fight for justice.
There are more anti-genocide MPs than there are Reform UK Green members. What does that tell you?
It tells you about the mobilisation, the importance of people who are on the right side, get on the right side of justice, mobilising, getting together, working hard. There is a large amount of people. We are not happy with what's going on. We're not happy with the two-party system. We're not happy watching our leaders actually endorse a genocide. Yeah. So I think we just need to continue. The journey cannot stop.
Yeah. And you've got somebody whose future I suppose you're fighting for. Tell us about what you think about what you're observing as a young child. How old are you?
I'm 12.
Okay.
And yeah, and I'm quite happy. There's lots of people here, they're not happy with the government and they want change.
And what memories are you forging in this thing? Because obviously in 10 years' time, you'll still be very young, whereas we're all going to be very old. What memories are you going to be taking with you about what you've seen?
What I'm taking with me is that everybody here united, trying to fight for the freedom for the Palestinian people, and inshallah in the future they'll be free.
Moran, you're obviously the father of this young child. You've given us permission to speak to him. Tell us about what it means for young people, how important is it for people to come out and do this for that generation?
I think it's vital. Our generation, unfortunately, we haven't done enough. You can see what's happening around in the world, and I think it is so important that we get the youngsters involved, that they see what's going on. Apartheid ended in South Africa after years and years of hard work, and inshallah, as my son's just said there, we will see freedom for the Palestinians.
Okay, well listen, thank you so much, Moran. You've joined us actually in the studio at times as well. Really great to see you. And Chris, I'm going to move on, but Chris, let's have a discussion. What did you make of what Jeremy had to say?
I think Jeremy Corbyn, one of the reasons why he's so popular is because he does not come across like the stereotype politician. You know, he doesn't come across someone who lives in that sort of Islington Camden bubble, which, while he represents Islington North, he comes across as an ordinary person who's modest. And I think that's one of his great strengths, and that's what people like. And they also know that since he was elected back in the day, for 4 decades, he stood up for issues that he believes in, like Palestine, like Ireland, on which he was proved correct. He argued we had to talk to Irish Republicans, the IRA, and we had to come to a political solution. He was correct on that. And I think history will prove him correct on Palestine and on much else. Go ahead, Maz.
But Chris, can you know what really strikes me about Corbyn is his remarkable resilience. For a person to be attacked in the manner that he's done and to be criticised by many within the left as well, including his supporters for perhaps not being bold enough as Labour leader.
But you know the reason why that he's so resilient?
To be criticised by the
You know why? He's an Arsenal supporter. So it runs in the family.
Yeah, well, you stumped me there. Not regularly do I get stumped. I was hoping you'd actually say something along the lines of, you know, he believes in the motto that you'll never walk alone. But anyway, that's my quip from my football team. But on a more serious level, it's amazing because even those on the Labour right who you'd expect to attack him because of his stance on Palestine, for being having policy, his policy platform actually wasn't as left as people imagine or as the media would make out to be. It was something which so many people actually agreed to in poll after poll after poll, whether it's on social justice or whether it's about on workers' rights, whether it's about international justice, on all those areas and much more. The health service, renationalising public utilities, the rail mail and energy, I suppose. Most of the public actually believe that, but unfortunately, obviously, the attacks were so relentless from the media that his party, in the end, went a different direction.
Well, I mean, the issue they weaponised against Corbyn was the accusation of anti-Semitism. And given his track record in opposing racism, whoever that was directed against, given he comes from parents who were on the streets of Cable Street in East London in 1936 fighting the anti-Semitic British Union of Fascists, that was just a complete falsehood. We know it's a falsehood. I mean, this has been deconstructed, and yet it's still repeated. Despite absolute evidence this is just a falsehood, people still make these claims that somehow Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite. And it's rubbish. And it's not just rubbish, it's damaging rubbish, insulting rubbish, but it's still being made. And you only have to talk to Jeremy Corbyn for 2 minutes and you know it's rubbish.
Yeah, and Chris, I think it's fair to label the charge of him being an anti-Zionist. He is. There's no doubt about it. But even in his anti-Zionism, he never said that the Jewish people should be thrown out of the land, or that, he backed the Oslo process of a two-state solution, which implies that he was supporting two peoples for two lands, which is the international consensus. I think the charges of anti-Semitism were related to, obviously, the Jewish community in particular, the Board of Deputies and its leadership, labelling him as that because of his stance in being a vocal, open supporter of Palestine, somebody who would actually do things if he were to become, if he had become Prime Minister. And let's be honest, on the share of the vote that he got a million more votes around 600,000 more votes in 2019 than Starmer has just achieved now, and he got, I think, at least 2 million more votes in 2017 on that manifesto that I spoke about. So it just goes to show that if there is a media that is interested in reporting the truth, then perhaps this country might change for the better, and you might end up getting decent leadership.
Well, I mean, I go back to your point. I mean, both Jeremy Corbyn and Tony Benn were demonised in the media in the 1980s when they met with Sinn Féin, and they said that the British government needed to discuss with Irish Republicans how to create a political solution to Northern Ireland. They were only a decade and a half too early, because that's what the British government did. Both Conservative government of John Major and the Labour government of Tony Blair did in the 1990s and secured the Good Friday Agreement. Now, looking back, Jeremy Corbyn and Tony Benn were on the right side of history in helping secure peace in Ireland, you know, but they were demonised at the time. I remember it well, as being terrorist supporters and so on. So I think we need to remember that you know, this has got, there's a record here, and on that issue alone, Jeremy Corbyn has been proved right, and no doubt we'll be hearing from, I hope we'll be hearing from a Sinn Féin speaker today on the demonstration, who I am sure will go out their way to praise Jeremy Corbyn because of his record in helping secure peace in Ireland. Now, I think we're waiting to come back to Maz. I don't know if he's with us or he's readjusted. Ah, there you are, Maz. Yep, he's giving me the thumbs up. So I think you're now in the Strand.
Okay, Chris, yeah, I'm back.
Yep, and you're now marching down the Strand, is it?
No, we've moved on. No, we're actually marching onto the embankment. I don't know the name of this particular street, but it's right next to Embankment Junction, so you can kind of figure out where we actually are. I thought I'd get into the body of the march because we always like to interview people, give those viewers at home a feeling of what it's like to be on the march. And I've got somebody I'd like to ask a question to. Sorry, what's your name? Because you're holding a Jewish Voice for Labour banner.
My name's Mike. I'm one of the officers of JVL.
And Mike, how do you make, what's your view on what took place on Thursday with the general election?
That it was a missed opportunity to build a progressive force in this country that would change it. Starmer offers no change at all, just a slightly milder continuation of the misery the Tories inflicted on us.
But if you look at the change that was on offer, it was the Conservative Party or Labour. There weren't any real alternatives that perhaps would be able to mobilise on a national level.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying is the change that Starmer is offering us is change to stay in the same place. Yeah. We need real change. We need change in the policy of arming Israel. We need change in the policy of defending Israel's genocide. We need change in delivering proper public services to the people of this country.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try and get Chris, the Sinn Féin spokesperson. So if the cameraman just follows me, I think I'll be able to get him. We're very close to the front, so I'm going to just sneak through. Thank you so much. Richard, hi. You're somebody that's very viral on all the social media. You're an Irish Member of Parliament. You speak in amazingly well according to, for those that are standing up for Palestinian justice. What do you make of what took place on Thursday in the general election in this country?
Well, I think we should all celebrate the Tories being driven from power for many reasons.
So he'll come round.
Their complicity with the genocide in Gaza, their arming of the state that commits that genocide. So we should celebrate that. But of course we know that Keir Starmer has also been an apologist for Israel for its crimes against the people of Palestine. But if Keir Starmer means anything when he talks about change, if he has a semblance of decency as a human being, now that he's in office, he will cut off the supply of arms to Israel that is enabling them to carry out the horror that we have witnessed in Gaza for the last 9 months. I don't have a lot of faith in Keir Starmer, and that's why the people on the streets here and across the world need to continue to mobilise in solidarity with the people of Palestine.
The propensity to change politics has been manifested by what has taken place in Ireland. I mean the island of Ireland, and in particular the northern part of it, where Sinn Féin not only now have the popular percentage of the vote, they also have the highest number of MPs, a majority of MPs in Parliament. Did you ever expect that would happen in your lifetime? Because many observers said that will never take place.
Well, yes, I think in Ireland also there is a huge desire for change. Irish politics has been dominated by two parties for its entire history, and those parties have let down ordinary working people on housing, on health, on the cost of living, but also have tragically failed to impose sanctions on Israel for its criminal actions in Gaza and Palestine. So the fact that there is a real prospect of a left replacing the two right-wing parties in Ireland is a matter for great hope. But it has to, it won't happen on its own. We need to build a movement on the streets in Ireland and maintain that movement, not just in solidarity with Palestine, but also on the day-to-day issues that affect ordinary working people.
And in this country, what are the lessons that this movement and those 5 independents that have been elected on an anti-genocide ticket, what's the message and the lessons that you learned from what took place with Sinn Féin over so many decades?
Well, I think the key point is that you have to do the grassroots work. It's not just about running in elections. It has to be about building a grassroots movement, like the huge movement that we are seeing erupting around the world in solidarity with Palestine. But we need those movements to deepen into movements that impact on the lives of ordinary working people who feel neglected, who are affected by the housing crisis, who are affected by the crisis in the health service. We need to join together these things, these issues, by saying, look, if they didn't spend huge amounts of money on weapons killing Palestinians, that would be money that could go and improve your lives. So we need to make those connections.
Les Richard, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you a bit more often. Sure. Thank you so much. Well, Chris, I think you'll be very pleased I managed to get that interview.
I should add that Richard Boyd Barrett is a People Before Profit member of the Irish Parliament, not Sinn Féin.
My apologies. Yeah, somebody had said into my ears that he was a Sinn Féin representative. Maybe I should apologise to him and say actually it's not Sinn Féin, it's another party. So we've clarified that. The reason I kept saying Sinn Féin is because Sinn Féin was classed as a political pariah in this country. I remember when Thatcher brought in those laws that prevented even the voice of Gerry Adams being broadcast. Talk about free media there, being broadcast on any TV stations, and the BBC would regularly have an actor sort of saying his words. How daft is that? But anyway, and their journey, I think, is something that viewers watching this would need to study, because they stayed the course. They were as resilient as we talk about Jeremy Corbyn. It's not about one election or 2 elections. It's about the longer term journey. And then at times, if you're not successful, passing the baton on and saying to the next generation, look, we've done this, you now need to carry that on, and also stepping aside when you really need to do, when your time has come up.
Yep. So are we now on the embankment, marching beside the River Thames?
Yeah, sorry. River Thames on my left-hand side. We are on the embankment. Let's ask this gentleman. Sorry, whereabouts are you from?
Yemen.
Where do you live in this country, or are you from?
I've been in this country for closer to 15 years now. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what brings you to today's demonstration?
Well, I've been coming to all national marches except on one. So I'm here to support the Palestinian people and to demand a ceasefire as soon as possible to stop the bombing of the people of Gaza and put a stop to the genocide and hand over the war criminals to the international justice system.
Same question to yourself. Your support for the Palestinian people as a Yemeni. Yemen would support Palestinians?
I think most of the community support the Palestinian because we grow up, we know the Palestinian history since our childhood. So the Palestinian issue is not new for Yemen or in all Middle East. I'm talking in all Middle East. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much from a Yemeni perspective. Let's move further into the crowd, sir. Would you mind? I just wanted to know, where are you from? That's it. Which part of the country?
Liverpool.
Okay, Liverpool. I support Liverpool. Arsenal. I don't know if you're a red or a blue. Red, okay, same as me. From Liverpool, let's move. Okay, on this side, if you turn the camera. Sorry, if you turn the camera.
Oops, having some technical issues there. It seems to have gone green so far. Perhaps some Celtic supporters have infiltrated him. I think we need to stop talking about football here. I think it's very interesting that the mood on this demonstration, because clearly people have been buoyed up by the success of the 5 independents, the Greens and others, in getting election on Thursday's general election. And it's clear too there is considerable discussion about how we can put pressure on the Starmer government. That was coming there when we spoke to Richard Boyd Barrett, who's a member of the Irish Parliament. But Ben Jamal are spelling out some things that need to be done. We need to be asking that they immediately publish the legal conclusions they've got regarding Britain's arms sales to Israel. They promised that. We need to argue and campaign to stop those arms sales to Israel. We need to argue for immediate support for a ceasefire in Gaza and to join Norway, Ireland and Spain in saying Britain will recognise, with no conditions, will recognise Palestine as a state. I mean, those are 3 concrete demands that spring to my mind in the wake of Thursday's election. I think we can go back to Maz on the embankment.
Yeah, we just had a... Sorry for the pictures going off live. I think the bridge affected our transmission, but there were a bank of Israel supporters.
Whoops. So that's the problem. Oh, I think we've got Maz back again.
Say what, a smattering, maybe 10, 15 maximum?
Well, shall we just ignore those because...
of those with... Yeah, I don't think there was much purchase for them anyhow. Let's just... Yeah, well, here you go. You got to pay for them anyhow. Let's move into this crowd. This way, this way.
Right, you're going to continue your Vox Pop here?
Yeah, I'm continuing. I'm going to go into the... I really like doing that. And I'll just watch the puddle. It's been a really wet morning, but the sun's coming out. Sir, can I ask, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Coventry.
And what... Oh, Coventry, yeah. So, the Midlands. Yeah. Electoral pressure on Labour in the Midlands. Yeah, what do you think, Keir? What do you think? What's the next phase of what's been going on in terms of the demonstrating, the marching, the elections? How do you see what took place on Thursday?
Well, there were a lot of protest votes. Mine was one of them. I voted for Labour in the previous 2 elections. Yeah. But this time I voted for Workers' Party for Britain. Yeah. I quite like him and what he's doing for the cause. But obviously with a heavy heart, because I saw Zara Sultana's name on the ballot paper. I was like, I'm sorry, Zara. And I
not this time.
Not this time, but another time.
Yeah, I suppose you've got a pro-Palestine MP standing for Labour who probably she's spoken at these demonstrations as well, but obviously you did it on a point of principle. Yeah. Listen, thank you very much. We just wanted to find out from demonstrators where they're from, so I'll move on to next one. So somebody from Coventry, let's move on. Madam, whereabouts are you from in the country?
Brighton.
Brighton, okay, wonderful. So are you from, sir? Nobody? Yeah. Whereabouts are you from in the country?
Sorry?
Where? London. Chris marching in this demonstration. Let's move on to some of the others. Whereabouts are you from, brother, in the country?
From Hackney.
Oh, from Hackney, again, another Londoner. Yeah. Diane Abbott got voted as your MP. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy. She's literally one of the very few remaining Labour MPs that still advocates for Gaza, advocates for Palestine. So I'm very happy with that.
But a lot of people say, well, you shouldn't vote for Labour, full stop, whether they're pro-Palestinian or not, even in the case of Diane Abbott.
But
there's an exception for Diane, I suppose.
There are exceptions. Diane Abbott's still not the only one. There's still a few there that are still calling for ceasefires, chanting for Palestine, all there. So you know, there are a few exceptions, and when there are the few exceptions, you still have to support them, regardless of the party that they support.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time. Let's move further back and ask some of the... Madam, whereabouts are you from in the country?
Northwest, 10, Northwestern.
North...
Brent.
Brent. Oh, Northwest London in Brent. Sorry, I thought you were going to say the Northwest. What do you make of what the election results? Keir Starmer's the new Prime Minister.
It's of hope, but we'll see what happens. I heard something regarding joining other countries about Palestine, recognizing Palestine as a country. So a little bit of hope, I think.
Okay. A little.
Up to now, nothing has happened. Join the Conservative, but we'll see.
Okay, well, somebody with a different message saying, well, actually, there's a little bit of hope because the Tories have gone. I think everybody was looking forward to the demise of Rishi Sunak, probably. Madam, whereabouts are you from?
Pardon?
Whereabouts in the country are you from? Okay, East London newly elected the first... Yeah, Liam Mohammed. Were you voting in that constituency?
I was, yes.
How do you feel? She missed out by 500 votes. Chris, who's in the studio, was actually observing that election, and he was there on election day. Tell us about what was taking place from your perspective.
So I was in absolute support of Liam Mohammed. I think what she was standing for, what she is standing for still, is exactly what we need as a constituency, as a nation. We need more people like Liam Mohammed. We are disappointed that she didn't get the position, and West Streeting did. We feel like she sent a huge message. The fact that she was only 500 votes away from becoming the MP, I just feel, she's made a great stand in Ilford North, and she's made a huge point in terms of getting Palestine in the newspapers, getting Palestine on the map, and just making our voices heard.
What's next for people like yourselves, who work? Obviously, you're still very hopeful about what takes place next. What will you be doing as an individual? Will you be going into politics yourself, or will you be supporting those that are in politics? What's the next iteration for you?
So I will always support Liam Mohammed as long as, she is someone that is standing for Palestine, standing for peace, and I know that is in her ethos. But more importantly, no, I'm not interested in going into politics, but I'm a teacher, so I'm interested in educating our students, getting them to understand what history actually is all about, and making sure that they know the truth behind it, and making sure that they know the names of people like Liam Mohammed, like Jeremy Corbyn. And so I'm all about the education system.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Let's move on just behind. Sorry to interject. Whereabouts are you from, sir?
Well, that's my sister, so
okay.
we're
So
same area.
you're both together. Yeah. I understand that. I suppose you were campaigning in Ilford as well, or taking part in some way, shape or form. I asked your sister this. What's next for people like yourself?
I think the next thing would be to see an actual change happening in our society. I think what we're missing at the moment is we've had so many... I want to say it's been very, very confusing. Yeah. Because for us being in the general...
Could you put your banner just to...
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It's been very confusing because at the moment, if we look at our political standpoint, we have two major parties who both actually believe in the same thing, which is not a free Palestine and not a free Gaza. Yeah. I think the best move, or the things that I would love to see, and something that I've started to see, is a massive upshift in people who are independent supporters, people like Liam Mohammed, who stood for Ilford, people like Jeremy Corbyn, who left the Labour Party.
And the four that got elected.
Exactly. I think, for me, that's the most positive thing, and that's the most beautiful thing. And if we can keep pushing and keep making changes, the 4 people that are independent will become 40, will become a majority. And I think eventually we will start to see a massive change. And it's starting from now. So I want to be more positive. It's not been easy, but I'm a believer, and I believe in a free Palestine, and I believe the more we do this, the more we stand together as one nation and one people, we're going to see big changes. And I mean, that's what I can hope for, and that's what I pray for.
Listen, you're very eloquent, and and I wish you all the best in your endeavours. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to your sister. I'm happy to put the brolly back up, Chris, because the rain's restarted. Let's ask, whereabouts are you from in the country?
Northwest London.
Northwest. Because we walk and talk. So, yeah, which part of Northwest London?
Golders Green.
Okay, Golders Green. Were you involved in the general election in Golders Green in any way?
Was indeed, yeah.
And how were the votes there?
So I think Labour got the majority in our area. I voted Lib Dem strategically, because out of all the parties that had really strong stances on Gaza, it was either Lib Dem or Green.
Okay.
And with my heart, I wanted to vote Green, but I think they wouldn't get nowhere near a majority. But Lib Dem came, they were polling about third.
So what you were doing is trying to get those that had the best chance of actually getting elected.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms, obviously, what happens next? You as an individual, how will you manifest your passion for Palestine on a political level? And when I say that, will you get more politically active, or is doing demonstrations and supporting where you'll be at?
I think I'll sort of continue doing as much as I can. So protesting, donating, and just being as vocal about it as I possibly can. Boycotting as well is really, really important. Which I feel like a lot of people don't give that much weight to, but it does make a difference. It does make a difference.
Listen, thank you for your time. Sorry, I didn't. Okay, you might say, are you from Northwest London as well?
I'm from Slough.
Okay, Slough. I'll come round. What's the perspective from a Slough level?
I think generally in Slough it's pretty active and vocal in Palestine situation. We had an independent person who was putting themselves forward. They didn't win, so Labour did win in Slough again. Yeah. So, I mean, that was a given. Labour's always winning in Slough, but we were hoping for it to be a bit of a change.
There's local elections in London in 2026, less than 22 months away, so it's less than 2 years. Do you think there's enough momentum to actually perhaps win a few council seats?
Definitely, I think so. I think with how everyone's sort of coming out and coming to these protests and being more aware of how much importance their votes and opinions hold, they definitely will be, but I don't know, it's hard to sort of predict. And yeah.
Well, listen, all the best, and let's see how things manifest, and thank you for your time. Chris, so that was a number of views. I'll ask for a few more views unless... Sir, can I ask, whereabouts in the country are you from?
South East London.
South East London, whereabouts?
Bromley.
Okay, and we had the general election. What took place in Bromley? What was your position?
I voted Green. It was close. It's a Tory safe seat. They're only held by 300 seats, so it's close, yeah.
Very close. 300 is extremely close. Tell us why is this your first demonstration?
I live in Spain. I'm originally from here, but I live in Spain, so I just came. As I was here anyway, I knew it every Saturday they do it. And I met Corbyn on his victory speech said he reminded everyone that he's coming, so...
Spain has taken a very progressive position vis-a-vis Palestine. It's recognised Palestine, which was unheard of, so it's broken away. Do you think there's a movement of progressive voices in Europe to say the Palestinians must attain justice, and if they don't get it from the traditional power brokers in the world, the Americans, the Brits, and others, then we will do as much as we can?
Yeah, I mean, in Valencia, where I live, there's some demonstrations, not like this, obviously. I think London's the place. London's still the biggest place, but yeah, it's good. It's good that in Europe also there's things happening. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate that. Let's move on to this gentleman. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm here from London.
From North London?
No, from East London.
Okay, whereabouts?
East Ham.
East Ham. Okay, what took place in your constituency? How was the votes? Who did you support?
I mean, I personally voted for a Labour leader, our Labour MP, because he voted for ceasefire for Gaza.
That would be East Ham, so Stephen Timms.
Yeah, Stephen Timms.
Okay. Many people say that regardless of their position, you cannot support Labour in any way, shape or form. You've obviously taken a different course because there are anti-genocide MPs within Labour. What happens next? Say, for example, in your local elections, will you continue supporting Labour or will you look at alternatives as well?
I mean, I will definitely look for alternative leaders. If we have anyone coming out supporting and speaking on behalf of working class people, I'll definitely vote for them. But right now, working class people are not really represented in our politics.
And very finally, how hopeful are you that with 5 pro-Gaza candidates, pro-Palestinian candidates, they will be able to make a change in Parliament, which we're coming up to now?
Yeah, they will definitely raise their voices, and I really hope so they will, because they voted, they campaigned for it, and I really hope they are going to push motion towards ceasefires.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio. I'll be back with you after the break, I suppose, and we'll continue this conversation. We're coming up to Westminster. I think the camera's going to pan around. You can see the Houses of Parliament just in the distance.
Well, thank you very much, Maz Patel, on the demonstration marching towards Parliament Square. We're going to take a short break now, but please join us again after that break for continued coverage from that march on Palestine. It's interesting to see how many of those on the march were involved in the election and how aware they are of what is going on around them. And an interesting view from a Brit living in Spain and Valencia about what's going on there. The Spanish government, as I keep saying, has agreed to recognise the Palestine state. We're going to take a short break. Please join us again after that break for our continued coverage.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
5 Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
I'm keen to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my God, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as we hold it.
The losing team out that way.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But to be rather fortunate, small man can do big something.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
هذا فتى قريش ومصارعه وفارس وسفينه
احرص على محمد أكثر من حرصك على نفسك.
فمن كان على أمر من أمور المسلمين فليتق الله فيهم.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But to be rather fortunate, small man can do big something.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel, watch anytime, anywhere.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But to be rather fortunate, small man can do big something.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
I'm keen to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel, watch anytime, anywhere.
هذا فتى قريش ومصارعه وفارس وسفيرها ولسانها إذا نافع.
أنت يا علي احرص على محمد أكثر من حرصك على نفسك.
فمن كان على أمر من أمور المسلمين فليتق الله فيهم.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to our live coverage of today's demonstration in central London in support of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in solidarity with the Palestinians. I'm Chris Banbury, and my colleague Maz Patel has been reporting on that demonstration. I believe now we can go over to the rally which is taking place in Westminster now. Let's go and hear some of the speeches.
Noise!
London, welcome to our 15th national demonstration for Palestine. For 9 long months, British-made weapons have poured down on the peoples of Palestine and Lebanon. For 9 long months, we, the people of the world, have united in support of the Palestinian struggle. Day after day, week after week, we have gathered together to send a message so loud it can be heard in every corner of the world. We have always been clear. Britain's material support for Israel's genocide is the central political issue of our time. There can be no justice at home as long as British weapons, British politicians and British banks enable the most unimaginable crimes against humanity. Israel and its allies seek to do what colonial states have always done, to render colonized people invisible. We refuse to allow this. We march, we disrupt, we resist, we lobby to center the beauty and the dignity of the Palestinian struggle. At every step, we have faced repression from the British state and police. Today, the police tried to stop us from marching towards Parliament. Well, here we are again, in our hundreds of thousands. Keir Starmer tried his hardest to keep Palestine off the ballot paper. Well, you'll soon be hearing from the new members of Parliament for Islington North and Leicester South, who gave the genocide supporters a beating. The array of colonialists and arms company lobbyists offered up by Keir Starmer's clique are on borrowed time. A new anti-imperialist coalition is emerging. Our communities are organising, building in strength and uniting against the politics of division, of racism and of genocide. We will stand with Palestine until liberation and return. And we are moving closer and closer to that day. And when that day comes, it will not just be a victory for this movement, but for every movement that fights for human rights and dignity anywhere and everywhere in the world. The day that Palestine is free will be the day that all of us are free, because the Palestinian people fight for every single one of us. In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. Our first speaker is the Palestinian ambassador to the UK. Please give a huge, huge welcome to Hassam Zamla.
Friends, brothers and sisters, great people of the United Kingdom, great people of London, 9 months of genocide, 9 months of war crimes, 9 months of war crimes, 9 months of complacency and complicity, but also 9 months of love, of solidarity, of defiance by you and the millions of people like you all over the world. Thank you for coming out again and again and again. Thank you for not yielding your humanity. Thank you for not yielding your ground. Thank you for lending your voices for justice in Palestine, for justice in the world. My friends, there is a new government here in the UK. There are fresh faces in charge. And there is a new Prime Minister who is promising that change begins now. But friends, if there is a new day here in the UK, in Gaza, the sun still rises and sets in shades of blood. In the West Bank and Jerusalem, Israeli impunity still rules. It still rules as this pariah state steals more land, kills more people, and continues to abduct and abuse men, women, and children without restraint. Palestine is not only the deadliest place in the world for children, for women, for aid workers, for journalists, and for medical professionals. It has become my country, my homeland. Palestine has become the graveyard for universal human rights principles, the graveyard for our universal values, the graveyard for our international system. And so far, my friends, the UK has not shouldered its responsibility under international law. So far, the UK government has not stopped arming Israel. So far, the UK government has shielded Israel from any accountability, but yet the people of the UK have delivered their verdict. The British people have delivered their verdict from day one on this genocide. They have delivered their verdict throughout the past 9 months. They have delivered their verdict on Thursday at the general elections. The verdict is clear, and I'd like to congratulate all the new MPs with us, including Jeremy Corbyn and all those who have made it. And let me ask you again, my friends, let me ask you so they hear it. Do you support freedom? Do you support liberty? Do you support the equal application of law? Do you support an immediate permanent ceasefire? Do you support the right of return? Do you want your country to be a champion of justice and fairness? So, my friends, people are still being murdered by the tens of thousands, 120,000 killed, 1.9 million are starving. You know what is happening as we speak. Israel has destroyed livelihoods, 70% of homes, 80% of schools, 90% of hospitals, 100% of universities. It will take us decades to rebuild, but we need a ceasefire immediately. We need it now. We need it now. And so, yes, we want change. We want change now. No more weasel words. Commit to an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Commit to imposing sanctions and arms embargo on Israel. Commit to international resolutions. Commit to the UN and UNRWA. Commit to the right of return to Palestinian refugees. Commit to the ICC and international accountability. And yes, recognize the state of Palestine. Recognize the state of Palestine. Recognize now. Recognize now. Say it with me. Recognize now. Recognize now! Did it for the sake of the UK. Do it for the sake of the Palestinian people. Do it for the sake of the world. That way lies change. That way lies peace. Peace will only come with justice. And peace will only come with a free. Thank you.
Free, 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 free. Our next speaker is the president of Unison the Union, representing over 1.4 million workers in Britain. So please give a warm welcome to Steve North.
Comrades, I bring you greetings and solidarity from the 1.4 million members of Unison who stand with you, with the people of Gaza, with the people of Palestine, and all the people of the world who demand justice and peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Last Thursday saw the election of a new government, a Labour government, and welcome as that is after 14 years of Tory misrule, that does not mean that we lower our voices. No, comrades, it means we get louder. This new government must deliver for the people of this country, but we, the people of this country, are part of a global humanity. Justice for us must mean justice for all, and justice for all must mean justice for the people of Palestine. Unison condemns the collective punishment of the people of Gaza in the brutal form of indiscriminate bombardment and forced mass displacement. Collective punishment is regarded by the Geneva Convention as a war crime. Mass displacement is regarded by international jurisprudence as a war crime and a crime against humanity. We demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire, an end to the siege of Gaza, immediate access to comprehensive humanitarian aid, and the safe release of both hostages and Palestinians wrongfully held in Israeli prisons. We call upon this government to take measures to uphold international law, including suspending arms trade with Israel and the UK-Israel Trade and Partnership Agreement, banning trade with the illegal settlements and demanding prosecutions for the violations of international law. This new government must take action to end the occupation and demand a viable, contiguous and sovereign Palestinian state, starting with the immediate recognition of a Palestinian state. Recognize Palestine now. Keir Starmer, recognize Palestine now. Until there is justice for the people of Palestine, Unison supports the use of boycotts, divestments and sanctions, and we will resist any attempt to restrict these tactics. And we will continue to march. We will continue to protest. We will continue to offer our solidarity, our voices and our actions to the people of Palestine until they are free. Free Palestine, ceasefire now and recognize now. Free, free Palestine, free, 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 free. Thank you, comrades. Solidarity.
In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. Our next speaker is the newly re-elected MP for Poplar and Limehouse. Please give a loud congratulations and a warm welcome to Absana Begum.
Over 38,000 have been killed in Gaza, and yet the killing goes on. Millions have been displaced. yet the displacement goes on. Israel is deliberately creating humanitarian crisis on top of humanitarian crisis. And not only this, the illegal occupation remains. The forced evictions continue as Israel seizes more and more land. All while oppression and brutality is the day-to-day reality of Palestinian men, women and children. So we come here again today to stand up for humanity and send a clear message to this incoming government, not in our name. Not in our name. No more complicity. No more weapons sent to kill and maim. We demand an immediate ceasefire and the restoration of UNRWA funding. Not only this, the ongoing oppression and dispossession of the Palestinian people must end. The illegal settlements program must end. The forced evictions must end. The illegal occupation must end. And yes, there has to be unconditional and immediate recognition of the state of Palestine. This week, I was re-elected by the people of Poplar and Limehouse to be a voice for peace and justice and to stand up for the Palestinian people. Because in East London, we know that none of us are free until all oppressed people all around the world are free. Free, free! Free, free! Solidarity! Thank you.
Free, free! Free, free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Now, one of the amazing things that young people across the country have been doing recently at Palestine encampments, at local protests, is connecting the struggles for climate justice and justice for Palestine. Our next speaker absolutely embodies that approach that says there can never be any form of climate justice on stolen land. So please give a very warm welcome to author, activist, and climate and racial justice campaigner, Michaela Loach.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm really honoured to be speaking today. So my name is Michaela Loach, and I'd like to start by celebrating the historic wins made by pro-Palestine independents and Greens in the election. Five pro-Gaza independent candidates were elected. Other independents like Liam Mohammed and Andrew Feinstein diminished majorities in Labour safe seats. 4 Green candidates were also elected, a party who ran not only on tackling the climate crisis, but also on solidarity with the Palestinian people. This is truly a monumental win for us all, for our present and our collective future. These candidates understand that the forces of extinction driving the climate crisis and Israel's violent settler colonialism are inherently connected. Not only do these candidates understand this, the British people do too. Thousands upon thousands of ordinary people took to the streets to knock on their neighbours' doors and organise locally in their communities for these wins. To paraphrase my friend Grace Blakely, whilst Nigel Farage won thanks to the billionaire-owned media, these independent and Green MPs that outnumber the seats won by Reform were won thanks to our movements. Movements run on people's passion, commitment and solidarity alone. We are powerful. No wonder they are afraid of us. I was proud to support Jeremy Corbyn's historic campaign as an independent MP. Like many of you, I sobbed with relief when he won. Jeremy's win is a win for all of us. In the last year, I have often said, when times get tough, we don't give up, we get organized. We must celebrate these wins, but we must not get complacent. We have to organize to make what has seemed impossible possible. Thank you for coming to the march today, but please show up at your local community organizing groups tomorrow too. Like with the wins for Palestine and Planet we saw in the elections, transformational change like this is only made possible because of behind-the-scenes work every day, not just at big marches like these. The billionaire-owned media and Keir Starmer's establishment Labour will try and tell us that a free Palestine is impossible, that demanding it is too radical, that we must wait and settle. To them we say, we decide what is possible. Possible is just the conclusion of the story we are all writing with our lives. My ancestors wrote freedom from enslavement with their lives. Let's make it so that one day our descendants speak of how we wrote an end to the occupation and genocide and a climate-just future for all with ours. The better world we are fighting for is so worth it. I look forward to organising alongside all of you from here. Thank you.
In our thousands, in our millions. 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 Our next speaker is a surgeon who has been working in hospitals in besieged Gaza, and he's also the rector of the University of Glasgow. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Hassan Abu Sitta.
Thank you for coming out, and thank you for keeping the faith. Today, 9 months on, 9 months in which Western governments have given Israel more and more time to finish the job. 9 months of mourning our loved ones, 9 months of almost losing hope in humanity. But we are here also to celebrate 9 months of astounding bravery, of heroism, 9 months of Palestinian ability to withstand everything that the United States could supply, everything that British arms industry could manufacture, to withstand German genocidal instinct, to withstand Zionist othering and dehumanization. The Palestinian people for 9 months have refused to leave their country despite the killing, despite the slaughter. There are more than 800,000 Palestinians in the northern part of Gaza. Despite the killing of doctors, over 400, there are still surgeons, doctors, anesthetists working in hospitals in Gaza and in the north. Nine months of sumud, of the ability to be rooted to one's country despite the sea of blood, is as a result of the strength of Palestinian women whom we salute today. They have been the rock. They have been the rock on which this genocidal war has broken. They have kept their families safe as much as they could. They have kept their people steadfast as much as they could. And they have borne, as always, the brunt of this fascist genocidal war. As we stand again today, a few days after the election, we reaffirm our commitment to be with the Palestinian people until this genocide is over, to be with the Palestinian people until Zionist genocidal instincts are defeated, to be with the Palestinian people until every Palestinian political prisoner is freed, and until every Palestinian is free, and until every Palestinian child gets a chance to live in a free country, free from fear, free from harm, free from disablement, and free from genocide. I will end as our comrades in Ireland always end. Our day will come.
Make some noise for Ghassan! Now, brothers and sisters, over the last 9 months, Israel has killed 162 journalists in Gaza with weapons made in the United States and the United Kingdom. But it should be no surprise that they have supplied the weapons that kill journalists when we've seen the treatment of Julian Assange for the last 5 years. But you will have seen that 2 weeks ago, Julian Assange walked free. And I'm proud to introduce our next speaker, a friend and a comrade, a leader of the Stop the War Coalition, and between 2019 and 2024, led the Free Assange campaign in Britain. Make some noise for John Rees!
When Julian Assange walked free, it was a friend of this movement that walked free. Someone who told us the reality of war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Somebody who put before the public one of the single most horrifying pieces of film that will emerge from a war zone. The collateral murder video of an American Apache helicopter crew gunning down innocent civilians, including 2 Reuters journalists in Iraq. Without Julian Assange, without WikiLeaks, we would have not known the true and horrific face of the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And that is why the Stop the War movement and the Palestine Solidarity movement have always championed the case of Julian Assange. That is why in 2021, in the huge Palestine demonstration in Hyde Park, Stella Assange, Julian's wife, addressed the crowd because she understood the importance of the link between a free press and a powerful anti-war movement. And you know, when Assange walked free, he had enormous global support. 6 presidents in Latin America, the German Chancellor, the entirety of the Australian government, MPs from one end of Europe to the other, and the vast majority of the press at that time. But that wasn't always the case. When we began, none of that support was there. What was there were people like you, ordinary citizens, unwilling to watch injustice, unwilling to watch the freedom of the press threatened by the most powerful states in the world. It was the organization of ordinary people that started the movement which freed Assange. It was the movement of ordinary people, just like the anti-war movement, just like the Palestinian movement. And we didn't know when we would be successful. We didn't know if we would be successful. But you know, you can never tell when your enemies are weakening, when they will crack, when the pressure will be too great. So the lesson from the Assange victory, the lesson from the freedom of Julian Assange, is stay organized, Stay fighting. Never give up. And fight until you win.
Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Our next speaker is Chair of Stop the War UK, one of the co-organisers of today's rally. Please give a warm welcome to Shelley Asquith.
Day 2 of this new government, and what a way to welcome them! What a way to let them know that it doesn't matter who's inside Parliament, we will be outside of it. We will not allow them to govern quietly so long as the women and men in Gaza hear the sounds of guns and bombs. We will not allow them to rest silently as the boys and girls in Gaza relive their living nightmare each night in their sleep. And no parliamentary seats will be safe until Palestinians are safe from the savagery of the Israeli occupation forces that is armed and aided by our very government. And brothers and sisters, it was clear this week that hundreds of thousands of us, voters across the country, Gaza was an election issue. We took our anger to the ballot box just as we take our anger to the streets. And we will continue to apply that pressure in every way until we see an end to this country's complicity in genocide. It doesn't matter if it's Tories or Labour in number 10. It doesn't matter if the sun shines or the rain pours. We're not going anywhere. They tried to stop us, to silence us. They tried originally to tell us that we cannot raise the flag of the Palestinian people, and so we waved it higher. They tried to tell us what we could and could not chant, and so the freedom cries grew louder. And they told us just this week that we cannot have a rally outside Parliament. And yet, here we are. This is an anti-war movement that we must keep building. Take the issues to your workplaces, to your colleges, campuses, communities. Hold meetings, rallies, put pressure on your local politicians. Because until we see an end to Britain arming Israel, we will keep marching, protesting, picketing, petitioning, and boycotting until Palestine is free. Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. Our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. Our next speaker is the General Secretary of ASLEF, representing over 25,000 train drivers across the country. Please give a very warm welcome to Mick Whelan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Isn't it a crying shame that 9 months after we first marched, we're here again? Isn't it a shame that our politicians, not just here, but around the world, haven't listened to the millions of people, not just in London, but everywhere, who came out in support of the Palestinians and said what's wrong in Gaza? We know we don't need to work with our international partners for a ceasefire. We know that each individual sovereign state should be calling for it now. We know each individual sovereign state should be demanding aid is allowed in immediately. And each of these states, they sign up to these international judgments, know that the allegations of war crimes must be true. They know that displacement is a war crime. The cutting off of water and power is a war crime.
The destruction of the lands, the buildings, the infrastructure is a war crime. Treating children and people the way they have is a war crime, and this must be addressed. Isn't it strange? We've just fought an election in the UK on austerity, talking about the 14 million families or people that are in poverty, yet we see real destruction, real harm, real hurt in Palestine, and we're not crying out immediately for that change, other than you and the people on the streets. So when they called these marches wars of hate, we knew these were marches of peace. We knew they were calling for justice. We knew they were calling for righteousness, and it will come. But we've seen further displacement. People have now been pushed to the sea. We hear stories and images of children walking out to get water. We see the terror and the fear. We know that there is no place else for these people to go. This has to stop now. I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know, but what I will tell you is I've had the privilege of being in Australia, in other countries around the world, and seen similar marches and similar demands. The Palestinians are not on their own. This is a worldwide project for justice. Workers and civil society everywhere want that justice. So we will come and march with you. We will come and stand with you. We will challenge our politicians. We will challenge the world order. We will challenge politicians everywhere till we get that natural justice, a ceasefire and recognition for Palestine. Keep fighting for those who can't fight for themselves. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. As we all know, the oppression of Palestinians has been going on far beyond these past 9 months. For 76 years, Palestinians have been subject to ethnic cleansing and occupation. And our next speaker is someone who has been campaigning against apartheid for decades. He's the founder and chair of Friends of Al-Aqsa, one of the co-organizers of today's protest. So please give a very warm welcome to Dr. Ismail Patel.
Assalamu alaikum. Over the past 9 months, we have been witness to Israel carrying out a genocide upon the Palestinian people. Over the period, we promised the people of Gaza no ceasefire, no vote. So let me start by thanking you for fulfilling that promise. While Keir Starmer and the media want to highlight Labour won 64% of the seats in Parliament, the truth is Labour received only 34% of the vote. This is one of the smallest share of vote post for a party forming a government. Labour's total number of votes fell from 9.7 million down to 10.3 million under Jeremy Corbyn. Hundreds of thousands of people voting for Gaza, which slashed the majority of West Streeting, Jess Phillips, Shabana Mahmood, Rashnara Ali, and of course Keir Starmer. We won 5 MPs who stood on the principle of ending genocide in Gaza. Starmer, you cannot ignore the vast majority of us. Palestine is the issue. Let me repeat, Palestine is the issue. And we demand that you release the legal advice given to the government regarding arms sales to Israel and Israeli war crimes. We demand you resume the funding of UNRWA, Do not be complicit in the genocide of Gaza. While the bombs are killing the people of Gaza, your defunding of UNRWA is starving to death. Finally, we demand that you cancel the Tory government's proposal to make sure that Israeli war criminals are brought to trial at the ICC. Keir Starmer, have no doubt that yes, you have won the election, but you have not won the hearts and minds of the people of this country. Ignore us at your peril. United, we have shown you that we can bring about a change. You do not make Palestine the issue. Your government is not going to last for long. So united we stand and we say free, 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 free. Thank you very much, friends.
Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! I'm so proud to introduce our next speaker. She's a young Palestinian woman, one of the most inspiring people I've ever met. I remember when she spoke out for Palestine when she was a school student, and on Thursday, she came within an inch of taking down the next health secretary of this country. She has sent shockwaves through the political establishment. She put Palestine and the NHS on the ballot, and she has always been rooted in our movement, and she's not going anywhere. Make some noise for Leanne Mohammed!
In our thousands, in our millions. In our thousands, in our millions. Sisters and brothers, thank you. When the slaughter of the people of Gaza started 9 months ago, I vowed to myself that life would never be the same. We cannot and will not stand by whilst bombs drop on innocents. Bombs that were made here by munitions companies licensed by our government. I realised that to stop this genocide, we needed to make the politicians listen. And on Thursday, we did exactly that. So let me say this loud and clear. I was 528 votes away from defeating a key member of the Labour cabinet. Wes Streeting and others like him show disdain for the lives of others abroad and those of us here at home. You see, women like me do not stand for elections. We are meant to be seen and not heard by a complacent political class that cares little for our lives, worries and communities. Until now, a sewn-up electoral system has ensured that only one of two parties could have a realistic chance of winning. These parties offer little of value. They contain many vacuous people, careerists, unintelligent and unintelligible. Our campaign in Ilford North has shown that change is possible when you have hope. This Thursday, we stood against the two-party nightmare and nearly won, falling short by only 528 votes. I received 15,119. And the Labour Party's Wes Streeting, 15,647. He had all the money. He had all the party machinery behind him. We built a people-powered movement from the ground up, and we brought people together. Over the past 6 months, my friends and neighbours have opened their hearts and minds to me. In unison, they have told me that the system does not work for them. And both the Labour and Conservatives are two sides of the same rusty coin. This two-party system system needs urgent revision. We cannot wait for others. We have to do this. And today I tell you, the independent movement has just begun. We now have 5 pro-Gaza independents. Gaza was the issue that awoken us all to our broken politics. And we shall take back politics from the money men, the vested interests, and those who use politics for their own purposes, and give it back to our communities. So why does Gaza matter? Because the callousness shown by politicians abroad reflects the callousness with which they act at home. I am a proud British Palestinian. I know what these political elites, Starmer, Streeting and others are doing to the world. Gaza is a result of the policies and acceptance of the Tories and Labour. Over 38,000 have been slaughtered in a genocide, and these two parties have culpability. They make money and sell arms at the expense of the misery of others, and we are not going away. We will not let them get away with it. The lesson that we taught them this week is that good people will stand up to this corrupt political class. We need to break free from this two-party nightmare. I want to tell communities across the country that what we did here was to run a lean campaign. It was focused, strategic, people-powered, and above all, it had heart. We have developed a new way of campaigning, and we had volunteers join us from near and far. And this dedication is rare in a country where the political class look down upon the efforts of civic engagement. While the political establishment, Labour and Tory, seek to divide us, I have shown that elections can be fought on the basis of hope and not fear. Gaza will never leave my heart, and this last week has made me even more resolute. We will never stop until Palestine is free. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! We will never stop. We aren't going anywhere. We will keep marching. We will never be silenced, and this is a movement that will continue. Thank you. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Our next speaker is a former member of the African National Congress under the revolutionary Nelson Mandela. He recently stood against Keir Starmer, where he slashed his majority with 19% in Holborn and St Pancras. A huge, loud and warm welcome to the one and only Andrew Feinstein.
For those of us who've spent the past 6 weeks doing some crazy stuff, it's really good to come home to where we all came from. The struggle for Gaza and for Palestine. Keir Starmer is the first British Prime Minister in electoral history to enter 10 Downing Street having seen his majority reduced. And the reason for that is that hundreds of people came from all over the United Kingdom to my home, to his constituency of Holborn and Pancras, to say to him, we do not like your politics, we do not support your politics, and we are going to hold you to account as your local constituents. Because the reality is, it is Keir Starmer and all the others who support genocide who are also not investing in our homes, not investing in our NHS, not investing in our schools, because they are spending tens of billions of pounds subsidizing the weapons that get illegally sent to Israel to be used in the slaughter of innocent Palestinians. Keir Starmer claims that my former boss, Nelson Mandela, is his political hero. Well, let us remind Keir Starmer what Nelson Mandela said. First of all, he said, Israeli apartheid is even worse and more brutal than apartheid was in South Africa. In addition, he said, Israel was apartheid South Africa's closest ally, and I will always be the enemy of the friends of my enemy, like Israel. But most importantly, of course, Keir Starmer must be reminded that when Nelson Mandela emerged from 27 years in an apartheid prison, what he said was, our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinian people. And that is why we are going to organize in Holborn and St. Pancras and in every constituency in the United Kingdom, not just so that at the next elections we get neither a red nor a blue Tory government, but we get a true government of the people that stands with the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Once again, give it up for Andrew Feinstein.
We're going to take a short break now, and then we'll return to Parliament Square for the rally which is taking place at the end of today's demonstration in support of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in solidarity with the Palestinians. Join us again after this break.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But we've been rather fortunate. Small man can do big something.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
I'm going to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
I'm going to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
message to the new government. In that cabinet meeting, which may even still be going on, I don't know, they would just sit back for a moment, look through those windows onto that garden of Downing Street, garden side, and think for a moment. They have a responsibility and an opportunity. They have a responsibility to act in a proper and decent manner. They should also reflect that the total vote achieved by all the Labour candidates on Thursday was less than was achieved in the last 2 general elections. A considerable loss of votes from both those elections. And I would wager that those votes were lost in large measure because of the failure of people who knew better and should have taken the opportunity they had to speak out, stand up and say, cease fire now in Gaza. And so it's up to the new government what it does, but it's also up to us what we do. And I just remind them of this. 40,000 people have already been killed in Gaza. Just think about that figure for a moment. 40,000 lives have been lost. Many of those were children. And more are being lost because of diarrhea, hunger, dehydration, wholly preventable conditions. Medicines not available, water not available, food available, education impossible, universities all bombed, work impossible. A whole society has been destroyed, and it continues to be bombed even more. So, in calling for a ceasefire, you have to ask yourself, from where do all the weapons come that have brought about this destruction? Is it right that this country should facilitate the supply of weapons through the RAF base at Akrotiri into Israel? Is it right that we should be supplying the bombs that are destroying the homes, that are destroying the aid that goes into Gaza? This is a moral question. The morality has to be challenged. Is the morality to kowtow to the arms industry and the arms companies that make the planes, supply the bombs, guide the weapons, and indeed those computer systems that guide those weapons to destroy life? Or is the morality to stand up against those powerful vested interests and say, not in our name is this done? And so this is the message we're giving today to the new government. Listen to the results on Thursday. Listen to the voices of ordinary people. Ordinary people, be they Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, or of no faith. Listen to some of the ordinary people in Israel. Listen to the people in Palestine. Listen to the people all over the region. And indeed, listen to the students all over the world who occupied their universities. On which side of history do you wish to place yourselves? On the side of those that bombed, destroyed, and killed life? Or do you want to be on the side of those that stood up for peace, for justice, and for hope by ending the occupation of both Gaza and the West Bank and bringing about justice for the Palestinian refugees all around the world? But you know what? Our demonstrations are huge, as they are in many other parts of the world. And ignore labels for a moment about which party, who said what to who did what to who. What we have is the kernel of a mass political movement that is for social justice in our societies, an end to the scourge of child poverty and homelessness, an end to the mental health crisis brought about by poverty in our societies. But it's also a movement that wants to see things done differently, not to increase expenditure on weapons when we could be spending that money on more useful things, not to develop a new generation of nuclear weapons, but instead a movement that is about confronting the problems that we all face of environmental change, of economic injustice and poverty and all those things. So my message quite simply to them over there is this: we are the people, we are a movement, we are a voice, we are staying together, we are marching together, we're working together, we're demanding together, we're achieving together, and we will never ever go away. So, keep on demonstrating, keep on demanding, keep on talking, because history is on our side, the people who stood with the oppressed against the oppressor. That is the place to be. That is why we're here, and that's why we're going to stay as long as it takes on all our demonstrations to bring peace for the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thousands in our millions! In our thousands, in our millions! And across the world, in our millions, in our billions! We have with us today 5 candidates who stood in the election with justice for Palestine as the core issue of their campaign. As we welcome them back to the stage together, please join us in giving a huge thanks to Jeremy Corbyn, to Andrew Feinstein, to Liam Mohammed, to Iqbal Mohammed, and to Michael Lavalette, who also joins us, who got 20% of the vote in Preston.
Introducing RMT Alex Gordon. Okay. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Our next speaker is the president of the RMT, representing over 90,000 transport workers in Britain. Please give a big round of applause to Alex Gordon.
Thank you, comrades, friends, brothers and sisters. Look, I'm going to tell my mum that Jeremy Corbyn was my warm-up act today. Solidarity, greetings to all of you who are here on this 16th national demonstration for freedom, for peace, justice for Palestinians. Solidarity from the National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers, the RMT. We will always stand with all those who are marching for peace, justice, freedom, and in solidarity with the people of Palestine. RMT is proud to be one of the many trade unions supporting the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, the Stop the War Coalition, CND, and the other organizations bringing us here together today and every month all over Britain for the last 9 months since the horrors that we've seen began in Gaza. It's clear to everyone, we haven't been marching just because there's been a rotten Tory government in power in this country. We've been marching because the actions of the British state are in contempt of the people of this country, are an offense against humanity, and are colluding in a genocide which is continuing this side of our general election last Thursday, just as it continued from October the 7th up until the 5th of July. So we're going to keep on marching no matter who is in government in Britain. We're going to keep on marching until we achieve peace with justice and freedom for the Palestinian people. And to be clear, what we mean by that is we want an immediate, unconditional ceasefire in Gaza. We want to ban UK arms sales to Israel. We demand that the British government, Keir Starmer's government, restores UK government funding to the United Nations Relief and Welfare Agency. And we demand that this government, Keir Starmer's government, recognizes a Palestinian state within the 1967 boundaries with Jerusalem as its capital. And let's make it clear, after Thursday, David Lammy, Keir Starmer, and the government have nowhere to hide. It is their decision now whether or not Palestinians in Gaza receive UK humanitarian funding through the RWA. It is their decision whether or not Israel continues to receive arms shipments from the UK and daily flights from the RAF Akrotiri base on Cyprus. It is in their power to give UK recognition to a Palestinian state, as the governments of Norway, Spain, and Ireland have recently done. RMT gives you this promise. We'll continue to march to demand peace with justice for Palestine, and until we're successful. RMT believes Palestine is the cause of our generation, and none of us can have justice or peace until Palestine has peace and justice. Solidarity and free Palestine!
Make some noise! Now I'm going to give you an opportunity to lose your voice. Are you ready? I want you to shout as loud as you can. I want you to make sure that Keir Starmer can. I want you to make sure that the political establishment know that these are our streets and that we're not going anywhere. Put your flags and your placards and your fists in the sky and shout me. 1, we are the people. 2, we won't be silenced. 3, stop the bombing now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And as loud as you can, free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Make some noise for yourselves! Now I'm proud to introduce our next speaker. She's a stalwart of the Palestine movement. She's a trade unionist and she's the chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Make some noise for Louise Reagan!
Thank you everyone. It's amazing to see all the flags and banners and thousands of people on the street again today. I am proud to be the chair of Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I am proud to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people, which I have done for decades and I will continue to do. And I want to thank all of you for what you do every day, for speaking out, for turning up to every march, every vigil, every demonstration, and continuing to speak out for the Palestinian people. Like you, on Friday, I was pleased to get rid of the rotten Tory government. But I have no hope in the Labour government. This Labour government is not on the side of the Palestinians. They tried to silence our voices during this election. The parties did not raise Palestine or Gaza, but you did. Every one of you challenged every candidate, asked them what their position was, and you voted with your conscience for the people that stood up for Palestine and for the people of Gaza right now. And let us be clear, we cannot stop now. We will have to put huge pressure on this Labour government to get justice for the Palestinian people. They will not do it unless we fight for it, so we cannot be silenced now. We must continue to put pressure on for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We must call for an end of arms to Israel, and we must call for the aid that is at the borders of Gaza to be allowed in immediately to stop the starvation of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And finally, I will say this to you. We must continue after that, because this is not something that started on the 7th of October. Palestinians have suffered decades of oppression and dispossession. Our job is to stand on the side of humanity, to stand on the side of justice, and to keep fighting until we get permanent peace and justice for the Palestinian people. Thank you. Free, free!
In our thousands, in our millions! In our thousands, in our millions! Now we all know that Ireland has always stood loud and proud with Palestine against occupation and imperialism. Our next speaker has carried our voices and challenged the Irish establishment complicity. He champions the strength of Palestinian and Irish historical connections. He's a member of the Irish Parliament and the chair of the Irish anti-war movement. Make some noise for Richard Boyd Barrett!
Thank you, comrades and friends. Greetings from Ireland. I see there's a few flags from Ireland here. And we'll teach you a little bit of Irish. For those who don't know Gaelic, that says Saoirse Dun Palestine. So say that, Saoirse Dun Palestine, freedom for Palestine. I'm very glad to come back to a Britain where the Tory party, who are collaborators with the genocide inflicted on the Palestinian people, have been consigned to the political dustbin. That is something to celebrate. But your presence here today is so important because we know that Keir Starmer, for all the rhetoric of change, is also guilty of support for and justification for Israel's genocidal crimes in Gaza. And that is a shame. And that's why your presence is so important. We have to say to Keir Starmer, if you mean a single scintilla of the word change, if you have any respect for human decency, you must now end the arms supply to Israel that allows Israel to continue this genocide. If you do not do that, you have absolutely no credibility. Because the truth is, Israel could not continue its crimes without the collusion, complicity and support of governments like the British government, like the European Union and like the United States. They are the lifeblood that they give to Israel, the political justification, support and arms. Without those things, Israel could not continue the genocide and its criminal massacre of the people of Palestine. And so, we have to say clearly now, yes, end the arms trade, expel the Israeli ambassador from this country. And we have to be clear, there can be no compromise with apartheid. In Ireland, because of the movement on the streets, the Irish government have been forced to recognise the Palestinian state in the last few weeks. They have been forced to publicly demand that the European Union end its trade agreement with the Zionist state. They were forced to do that. They didn't do it voluntarily. They did it because of hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. But that's not good enough. We don't just want words. And I don't trust the Irish government any more than I trust Keir Starmer. This change has come because of you, because of millions of people across the world. That is our strength. And we have to continue to build that movement to say the apartheid state must be dismantled. There is no place in the civilized world for a system based on colonialism, apartheid. In Ireland, we for the most part ended colonial rule through revolutionary upheaval of the people. What we need. That's what happened in Algeria. That's what happened in Vietnam. And that is what we need. A global intifada to liberate Palestine. But also to liberate all of us from the people who have supported and are complicit with that genocide. If ever there was a case to uproot this entire system, it is the horror we've seen in Gaza, and we must pledge ourselves to that task. Free, free Palestine. Saoirse done Palestine. Saoirse done Palestine. Saoirse done Palestine. Saoirse done Palestine.
Once again, give it up for Richard. In our thousands, in our millions. 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 As we know, the movement for the liberation of Palestine is a global movement. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next speaker. He is a professor at UC Berkeley and chairman of American Muslims for Palestine. So please give a very warm welcome to Professor Hatem Bazian.
Assalamu alaikum, London. Good afternoon. from the student encampments in Berkeley, Columbia, Harvard, and UCLA, to the liberated zones and encampment in Cambridge, UCL, SOAS, and Oxford, the student burst and exposed the cowardice, the silence of the university leadership, and the checkpoints in academia. All Gaza universities have been destroyed, yet the presidents, the chancellors, the leaders of universities are silent. All those who speak about decolonization are silent. All those who pretend to be liberal academics are silent. The student demonstrated and exposed the complicity of the university in the genocide. The student and activists here and across the world expose the complicity. Nay, the world has been engaged in the co-production of genocide in Gaza by Western governments and political elites. The students and the moral, ethical leaders and activists demonstrated and covered in real time the complicity of mainstream media. The media, the BBC, the Sky News, the Foxes, the CNN, and let me say, the Piers Morgan of silencing question to Palestinian activists. Piers Morgan, the colonialism handmaiden, ensuring to always center Israeli narrative and act as a propaganda arm of Israeli government and military machine. The students were on the right side of history. They were on the right side of history during the Vietnam War. They were on the right side of history in exposing and ending racism. They were on the right side of history in ending the apartheid South African regime. And today, the students are on the right side of history, and we will witness a free Palestine. Let me say, and I am aware that I'm speaking the heart and the center of the British Empire that commissioned the settler colonial project in Palestine. The genocide in Palestine was a warrant that was signed in 10 Downing Street, and Israel has been executing that warrant on the Palestinians since 1948. Let's be clear, Balfour and the Western anti-Semitism cannot be washed away by a river of Palestinian blood. Islamophobia, anti-Semitism are baked into the society, politics, culture, and epistemology of the Western society, and no amount of Palestinian blood will excuse you of the history and continued violation of Palestinians, of Arabs, of Muslims, of Black, of Latino, and everybody else. I'm going to ask for one more minute. In 1967, MLK spoke of the three evils of society: militarism, materialism, and racism. Now let me say, these three evils of society did not take a vacation. They did not go out to get a suntan in some island. They are here. They're running our government today. Militarism, materialism, and racism. Weapons for Israel for genocide are profits for the military-industrial complex. The AI, the Facebook, the Google, media companies, financial institutions are profiting from the genocide in Palestine. Now the media give the oxygen. They give the racist oxygen of all stripes to continue their racism. They speak of defense of Western values and civilization as long as they express unquestionable support for Israel. You could see in the election here. You could see it in the election in France. You could see it in the election in Austria. You could see it in the election of the Netherlands. As long as you sign into the three evils of society, you are included. Let me conclude with the following. Palestine will be free. It's a state of mind. Palestine is free and awaiting for us to actualize it. I can see Al-Aqsa Mosque, the sacred blessed hills in Jerusalem. I can see the churches of the Holy Land. I see the church of the Holy Sublica. I see the church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. And I myself see myself walking in Al-Khalil markets, celebrating and visiting the Prophet Abraham Mosque. And I also can see myself celebrate decolonize Jewish synagogues in Palestine. This is actually something that we need to hope and aspire. I see the promised land of a freedom, liberty, dignity, and justice for all. Free Palestine is here. Free Palestine in here. Free Palestine is calling on you. The time for freedom now. The time to answer is now. The time for BDS now. The time to make a difference now. If you could imagine it, you could actualize it. If you could think it, you could make it. Begin to dream. Begin to see. Begin to hope. Palestine is free. Palestine is free. Palestine free. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Our next speaker is a British Pakistani author and campaigner. Please give a very warm welcome to Kamala Shamsi.
Let me tell you about the 31st of May, 2014, an ordinary day in Palestine that didn't make any international headlines. This ordinary day, I was waiting to get through the Allenby crossing from Jordan to the West Bank as part of the Palestine Festival of Literature. Also waiting was a young Palestinian woman. The home she'd known her whole life was Jerusalem. She was an undergraduate at university in America, returning home to her friends and family for the summer. The IDF soldier called her up to the window. He told her she was now living in America and had forfeited her right to her Jerusalem permit. He took that permit away from her. As a Palestinian, without the permit, she didn't just lose the right to live in Jerusalem. She also lost the right to enter Jerusalem. I could enter Jerusalem as a Brit. She could not. She wasn't going home that day, perhaps not for many days, perhaps not ever. This is what an ordinary day under Israeli occupation looks like. The Nakba is ongoing and relentless. The expulsion of Palestinians from their homes is woven into the bureaucracy and the laws of the Israeli state. We do not march only to end the war in Gaza. We march to end the system of apartheid and cruelty under which Palestinians live every ordinary day. Let us admit that some of us wonder how long we'll have to keep on doing this. Let us admit that sometimes we feel tired, not in our feet, but in our hearts. But today we gather knowing something has changed. Today marks a new beginning. Before, when we raised our voices outside Parliament calling for an end to complicity in genocide, we knew that our anger meant nothing to the government. We are London. We are anti-racist, progressive London. We were never the Tories' constituency. Our votes were never theirs to lose, try and regain. But as of this week, we have a government that ignores us at its own peril. Just because we're tired doesn't mean we're diminished. Next time you come to march, bring someone who didn't come today. Bring the ones who are heartsick about Gaza but don't think the marches are for them. Bring the ones who believe that everyone, including that young woman at the Allenby crossing, has the right to live without the brutality of occupation. Let us come out in all our beautiful numbers and raise our voices so they hear us in Downing Street. In our thousands, in our millions.
Free! 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 We know all too well that the establishment is trying to silence us, and we must continue to stand up and defend our right to protest and speak up. Our next speaker has done exactly that. She's a Belfast who recently joined over 120 artists in pulling out of the Great Escape Festival due to their investment in Barclays. Please give a big round of applause to Moiju.
Hello friends, I'm a British Hong Kong musician called Moiju. I joined a movement called Bands Boycott Barclays, where we musicians are refusing to perform at events hosted by Barclays as the bank continues to benefit from the ongoing genocide in Palestine. The collective was set up by mostly queer women of colour and non-binary people demanding that these music events sever ties with the bank. This is a quote from the organisers. We call on all artists, promoters, music industry workers and fans to join us in boycotting all Barclays-sponsored events this festival season. We will not allow a company bankrolling genocide to sanitize its brand through music festivals. As artists, we have the power to withdraw our labour, to stand shoulder to shoulder with each other, and to organise our workplace until Palestine is free. We refuse to let our music and our cultural spaces be used to whitewash human rights violations. We refuse to be complicit in culture washing, end quote. Starting with the Great Escape Festival in Brighton, where 158 artists, 6 showcase hosts, and 2 venues boycotted the festival, the movement has grown and now forced 3 major UK festivals, Download, Latitude, and Isle of Wight, to drop Barclays as their sponsor. We want more musicians, music industry workers, and music fans to join us. At the very least, headliners at these festivals should consider using their massive platforms to raise awareness. Many of the political musical movements of the past have been commodified, repackaged, and resold to the masses, a shadow of their former selves, algorithm ready with the principle and activism removed. The music industry is broken in many ways, but before we can fix it, we have to come together to do whatever we can to bring an end to the genocide in Palestine and join the intersecting links with the many atrocities that are happening all over the world right now. We are angry, but we need to keep working together. I believe that we will win. Ceasefire now, free Palestine. Thank you.
Make some noise! Brothers and sisters, we know that the entire campaign to support the mass murder of our Palestinian siblings is intertwined with the rise of Islamophobia in this country. Our governments have deliberately stoked a hatred of Muslims to justify their actions. And I'm proud to introduce our next speaker. She's from one of the organizations that has co-organized every one of these demonstrations, from an organization that the outgoing government tried to brand as extremist, but they have stood firm with the movement. Please make some noise for Raga Delta Kriti from the Muslim Association of Britain.
Brothers, sisters, friends, assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. Today we gather not just to protest, but to celebrate an unprecedented achievement. With only 6 weeks' notice, we came together with an incredible resolve and determination. We made years' worth of progress in this area in a matter of weeks, against all odds, with no powerful party machine backing us, and facing a relentless campaign of demonization from much of the political and media establishment. We defied all expectations. We secured 5 independent candidates and turned key strategic Labour safe seats into fragile marginals. This is not a small feat. This is seismic shift. Our efforts have sent a powerful message. We are here and we will not be ignored. Keir Starmer begins this term as Prime Minister with the backing of just 1/3 of the voters, on a turnout among the lowest in British history. This new government must recognise that they do not have a mandate to ignore the voices of millions who demand justice and equality. To the new Labour government, hear this. We have ignited a powerful movement across the country. We have shown that politics must be done differently. We are proving what it means to do politics driven by principle, moral clarity, and courage. As we stand here, the death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 38,000, with over 20,000 children missing under the rubble. Our message to the new government is clear. We will hold you accountable to any act of support for genocide. And every denial of Palestinian lives. The era of complacency is over. Change is here, and we are the force driving it. To everyone here today, to everyone who has worked tirelessly, to everyone who has faced adversity and yet stood firm, thank you. Our journey is far from over, but we have shown that together we are a force to be reckoned with. We are the embodiment of change, and we will continue to fight for justice, for equality, and for liberation. Thank you.
From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. From the river. From the river to the sea. Our next speaker is here representing the Palestine Forum in Britain, one of the co-organisers of today's protest. So please give a warm welcome to Maysara Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. Brothers and sisters, on behalf of the Palestinian Forum in Britain, the biggest Palestinian forum for the Palestinian in diaspora, would like to thank you very much for showing up here today. Thank you. By coming here today, we are sending a strong message to the new Labour government. The government that won the election not because they are unique or because they are good, but because we got fed up of the tourists. Isn't that right? Their leadership since the start of the Israeli genocide, their stance on the Palestinian genocide has been nothing but shameful and complicit with the Israeli crime against the Palestinian people in Gaza. So we came here today to tell them right in the face, it's time now that they stand up for the values and ethics of our society, for the values and ethics of the same Labour government or Labour Party that most of us has voted for the past years. Brothers and sisters, they betrayed us. They betrayed all the international human rights values. They betrayed the same values that we fought for the past decades. They betrayed everything. So we came today. Thank you. Thank you very much. So those people now, they need to stand up again for the values and ethics of our society. They should demand and pressure the criminal politicians in the Israeli entity to stop the genocide. It's time now that they stop sending arms to Israel. It's time now to end the unconditional support of the Israeli genocide against the people of Gaza. It's time now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now that they stop the intervention in the International Court of Justice supporting Israel and preventing the course of justice to the Palestinian people. My brothers and sisters, don't get tired talking about Palestine and about the people of Gaza. Don't get used to the image that we see on social media of the lifeless bodies of the Palestinian children every day and night. Keep protesting, keep demanding justice, keep shouting until Palestine is free. Free, free Palestine! Palestine! From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Thank you very much.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
5 Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
We came to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps, with original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
We came to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
And the Palestine Solidarity Campaign put to them. So we have seen the back of this pernicious Tory government, one of the most pro-Israel in British history. But friends, we all know the direction that Keir Starmer has taken the Labour Party since he was elected as leader. We all remember, we will not forget, him telling the world that Israel had the right to cut off food and water to the Palestinian people. We all remember, we will not forget, him instructing his MPs to vote in Parliament against a ceasefire. But friends, the mass movement we have all built together has put the Labour Party under increasing pressure, and yesterday that pressure was ramped up further. Now, you know there are those in the Labour Party, the Labour right, who want to see Israel left free to continue its genocide in Gaza, its colonisation of the West Bank, and they will tell you, they will tell the world that the Labour landslide shows public support for for that view. But we know the truth. Labour achieved 6% less in terms of the popular vote than it did under Jeremy Corbyn in 2017. This was not a vote for complicity with Israel. This was a vote against a corrupt and pernicious Tory government. So we need together to hold Keir Starmer's feet to the fire. We need to let him know that those who turned against Labour in this election to vote for other parties or for independents represent a massive body of opinion, and we will not stop. We do not stop. So now we need to take the energy that we saw on the streets of Islington and Ilford and Leicester and so many other places, take the energy of this march today into building, continuing to build the movement for real change that we need. A mass movement that carries on marching, a mass movement that ramps up pressure on public bodies like universities and councils to divest from all of the companies complicit in Israel's oppression, and a mass movement that targets those companies themselves, like Barclays Bank. The message to companies like Barclays is wherever you are, on the high street, sponsoring music festivals, sponsoring Wimbledon tennis, we will pursue you. So friends, before you head back to your homes today, I want you to put 2 dates in your diary. On August the 3rd, we want you all back here on the streets of London when we will march again, bringing our demands to the Labour government in our hundreds of thousands. And on August the 10th, I want as many of you who can to sign up to attend the we are going to be holding in London when we will map out the stages of our campaigns for divestment in universities and local authorities and targeting companies like Barclays Bank. So friends, we do not stop because our brothers and sisters in Palestine will never stop struggling for their liberation. We do not stop until they are finally free. Remember again the words of our beautiful brother Ghassan Abu Sitta. It is your world to create. It is your tomorrow to make. We will own tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a Palestinian day. Onwards together to freedom, justice and equality. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Thank you.
Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! And from the sea to the river! Friends, siblings, comrades, thank you for coming out in full force today to show this new government that we are not going anywhere. Over the next few weeks, it is more important than ever that we show Keir Starmer, that we show the Labour Party that we are here to stay. We need to show them next Saturday in our local areas, and the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that. So please, join the local days of action over the next couple of weeks, and then bring absolutely everyone you know to our next national demonstration. This evening at 6:30 p.m, the SOAS encampment are holding a rally. If you're able to go, please do go and support our wonderful students as they stand up for divestment, for justice, and for peace. Please make sure you leave safely. If you're able to, please donate at one of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign donation points on your way out.
That was the conclusion of today's rally in Parliament Square in London at the end of the demonstration calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in solidarity with the Palestinian people. I was Chris Banbury and my colleague Maz Patel was giving us live coverage from the march. I hope you enjoyed it. Join us again on the 3rd of August when there will again be another demonstration in central London, as was just said by Ben Jamal, Director of the Palestine Solidarity Committee. On behalf of Islam Channel, I thank you for watching. Good afternoon.
Muslims, we are, by definition, hard-working people.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
هذا فتى قريش ومصارعه وفارس وسفيرها ولسانها إذا نافذ.
أنت يا علي احرص على محمد أكثر من حرصك على نفسك.
فمن كان على أمر من أمور المسلمين فليتق الله فيهم.
Five Pillars is not just any ordinary game show. It's a unique platform to deepen our understanding of Islam and strengthen our connection with our faith.
We came to win.
50 points. Give that to me.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Pass. Pass as well.
The losing team out that way.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But being rather fortunate, small man can do big something.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
We can never see the world in the same way again.
فجأة كذا العالم انقلب.
Sometimes in life you have to make a decision that is a sacrifice.
And all I see is pain.
الفكرة مش تطلع تجيب قديش، الفكرة انك انت عم تطلع وعم بتجيب شيء، عم تعمل شيء، عم بتفيد حدا، عم تخلي حدا يضحك.
But being rather fortunate, small man can do big something.
Islam Channel, your gateway to the world of Islam. Inspiring, informing, entertaining. On TV, online, on our brand new state-of-the-art apps. With original content for a Muslim audience and inspirational Islamic programs from all around the Muslim world. Watch live, watch offline, create your playlist, watch across all devices. Download now from wherever you usually get your apps. Islam Channel. Watch anytime, anywhere.
هذا فتى قريش ومصارعه وفارس وسفيرها ولسانها إذا نافق.
أنت يا علي احرص على محمد أكثر من حرصك على نفسك.
فمن كان على أمر من أمور المسلمين فليتق الله فيهم.
اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني وأصلح لي شأني كله. اللهم لا إله إلا أنت، لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك. اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني وأصلح لي شأني كله. اللهم لا إله إلا أنت، لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك. اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني وأصلح لي شأني كله. اللهم لا إله إلا أنت، لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن. لله لله يهفو آملي لله، ولحفظ كتاب الله من أول بسم الله للختم وللرضوان. يا نور يا نور يا محكم يا تنزيل لمحمد عن جبريل من رب العرش دليل للعالم والإنسان. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن. تكبير تكبير للحافظ وهو صغير، والضاء العين قرير يحمل فجرا لينير بتلاوته الأكوان. الله الله اللهم اجمعنا بكتابك وانفعنا، واجعله لنا حسنا وهدى أبدا وأمان. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن. رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن، اشرح صدري قرآن، املأ قلبي قرآن، واسق حياتي قرآن، واسق حياتي I raise my hands in the dead of night, asking God for a better life. And I know that He'll be there in the moment. His mercy's not equivalent, magnificent and infinite, the one I'll always turn to when I'm broken. Ya Ilahi, Ya Ilahi, Ya Ilahi, Ya Ilahi. سألت ربي ذا الجلال مغفرة فها النداء يزيل عني ما في قلبي يا رب. يا من تنادي إنني قريب ولك أجيب لدمعة تنادي يا إلهي، يا إلهي، يا إلهي، يا إلهي. I remember when I was young, Mama said, son, be strong. Don't let them take you under. She said, you're from among the righteous and the chosen one. He is our beloved. I'll follow you. I'll follow you right till the end. You are the one. You are the one who helps me through. Ya Rasul, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka. Ya Rasul, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka. Many times I've lost my way, but your words help me navigate. They keep me from going under. Allah gave you to the world. You are everything to me. Every step you took, you held me through. Everything you said, I know is true. I'll follow you. I'll follow you right till the end. You are the one. You are the one who helps me through. Ya Rasul, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka. Ya Rasul, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka. Your face was bright like the moon. I can't wait to see your noor. I pray that on that day You call me my ummati. I say, oh my Nabi. May peace and blessings be upon him. Ya Rasool, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka. Ya Rasool, salam alayka. Salawatullah alayka.
You are the one that lightens the load. I always lean on you. When life is spinning out of control, I leave my trust in